Chapter 227. David didn't stop. He ran at full speed. He moved at a speed of 100 meters per second. After being strengthened by the exoskeleton armor, every step he took covered 100 meters. His figure was like a ghost, almost impossible to see clearly. He didn't use those special irregular steps because he was confident that he could block Kaji's bullet while he was in the state of spirit burst. David's current posture ensured that even if the snipers wanted to snipe him, they would only be able to snipe at a small area on his side. The level 2 long sword in front of him only needed a small range to protect his side. With the extreme speed talent, his sword's swinging speed in a small area could barely keep up with his reaction speed. Another sniper bullet flew over, and David once again swung his sword to block it. The sniper bullet pierced through the steel platform beside him, creating a hole. In just 10 seconds, David had crossed a kilometer. He could already see Kaji on the roof of the building. Kaji's sniper stone still didn't move. Although David's strength was beyond his imagination, he was still confident that he could kill David. He changed to another sniper bullet and fired again. David saw the sniper bullet clearly while he was in the state of spirit burst. He didn't use his long sword to block it this time. Instead, he moved his body slightly and dodged the bullet. Behind him, the sniper bullet hit the ground and made a violent explosion. It was a mini-explosive bullet. The mini-explosive bullet didn't do much damage to Kaji, but it could burn the target's body for a long time. If David didn't know what was going on and let the mini-explosive bullet burn his exoskeleton armor, he would lose his ability to see what was in front of him for a short time. Facing Kaji sniper stone head-on, losing his ability to see was tantamount to suicide. Kaji sniper stone frowned. He had never encountered such a difficult target. David was only 800 meters away from him. He only had 2 chances to shoot at most. At this time, blood was gushing out from the corner of his mouth. It was the recoil from the continuous shooting. "Stone, retreat," the operation commander ordered. "Boss, help me take care of my family." Rock, who was sniping Kaji, knew about his situation and said in a deep voice, "I order you to retreat," the commander shouted. Sniper Kaji Rock fired another sniper bullet and spat out another mouthful of blood. "I can't escape from the target's pursuit in my current state. I'll die without regrets if I die under the sword of such an expert. Dagger, hammer, block the target for me," the operations commander said in a deep voice. Every member of the team had been saved countless times by Rock, who had sniped Kaji. This made him do something unexpected. The operations commander was in a nearby building. He was wearing exoskeleton armor and suddenly jumped out. He held a grade 1 heavy axe and rushed towards Rock, who was sniping Kaji sniper. David was also blocked by 2 Kaji snipers who rushed out from the nearby building. One of them was holding a spear, while the other was holding a warhammer. Both were grade 1 weapons. The warhammer Kaji sniper was in front, while the spear Kaji sniper was behind. David saw Kaji sniper helping Kaji sniper, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. He was sniping Kaji sniper himself. He knew that this kind of intensive sniping would cause damage to Kaji sniper. He used this method to pressure Kaji sniper and make him continuously shoot, making him lose the opportunity to escape. Kill. After experiencing the massacre on the warship, David was already incomparably familiar with battle. He had not even slowed down. The grade 2 longsword in his hand stuck close to the spear. He used the least amount of force to divert the spear's thrust. Following that, the longsword flashed lightly, and he rushed past spear Kaji sniper. The grade 1 warhammer Kaji sniper heavily smashed down. David's longsword tapped on the grade 1 warhammer, and the power shock talent burst out. Following that, the longsword in his hand continuously shook, eliminating the opponent's strength. Kaji sniper's body stiffened. The power shock burst out from within his body, and at the same time, David's longsword swept across his neck. All of this happened the moment David and the 2 Kaji snipers clashed. When David rushed past the 2 Kaji snipers bodies fell heavily to the ground. The 2 Kaji snipers were only proficient in advanced weapon mastery. With the help of master-level longsword mastery and the extreme speed and power shock talents, The two Kaji snipers were killed in an instant. Dagger, hammer! The operation commander cried out in grief. He picked up Rock, the sniper Kaji sniper, and wanted to retreat. However, before he could move, David had already arrived. Without thinking of asking any questions, David swung the long sword in his hand. David knew very well that he could not ask too much. The exoskeleton armor on the Kaji sniper did not have any markings. It was not the military's exoskeleton armor. The weapons were all ordinary level 1 weapons. They were probably used to hide their identities. He would not expose that the other party was a military Kaji sniper. That way, under the Bastion Skynet, he would not be able to harm military personnel. In fact, the other party's identity was almost certain to be military personnel because the Bastion's artificial intelligence did not attack them. After all, they were all wearing exoskeleton armor and holding weapons. Just as the operation commander began to speak, he was unable to speak. David did not wait for him to state his identity. The faint blue light flashed twice, and the operation commander and the heavily injured sniper Kaji sniper were both pierced through the throat. David sensed for a while and did not sense any danger. He removed the exoskeleton armor and at the same time took the long sword out of its scabbard and put it back on his back. He stood in place and waited for a while. For military Kaji sniper wearing white exoskeleton armor appeared and surrounded him. All of my actions are permitted by the Bastion Skynet. They are legal. David raised his hand and said loudly. At the same time, David was also prepared. If these Kaji sniper dared to attack, he was confident that he could kill them all with a level 2 longsword on his back. Without the exoskeleton armor, although there was a huge gap between his strength and Kaji snipers, he could see that these Kaji snipers' weapons were at most proficient level. A Kaji sniper with such a level of weapon mastery would be a piece of cake in front of a master swordsman like him. The 4 Kaji sniper looked at the corpse on the ground. Their eyes were filled with confusion. They knew very well the identity of the Kaji sniper lying on the ground. An elite action team from the army carrying out an assassination mission ended up being completely annihilated. 4 Kaji sniper, your authority has been revoked. Await your trial by the military court. The captain said in a deep voice as he led the 6 Kaji sniper wearing military exoskeleton armor to the top of the building with a sorrowful look on his face. The 4 Kaji sniper let out a long sigh. They threw their weapons on the ground and removed their exoskeleton armor. They knew very well that if they still dared to wear exoskeleton armor after the captain announced that their authority had been revoked, they would be waiting for the automatic heavy weapons to attack them. In addition, they also had to consider their future. There was a difference between revoking their military status and going to the military court. Mr. David, I'm sorry. I didn't expect this to happen. Don't worry, this matter will be investigated thoroughly. The captain turned to David and said apologetically, Captain, I just want to leave this place as soon as possible. David shook his head and said he didn't want to participate in the power struggle of the military. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Mr. David, it's almost time. Your spaceship can leave soon. I will keep my promise and escort you out. The captain nodded and said. He then looked at the equipment on the ground and said, the weapons on the ground are your trophies. This is still the war zone. Everything is according to the war zone's rules. David looked at the equipment on the ground. At this time, the military's Kaji sniper and 2 Kaji snipers' level 1 weapons and exoskeleton armor were piled up on the ground. David picked up the sniper rifle and the ammo box on the side. He then took the parts of the Kaji sniper's exoskeleton armor and the camouflage cloth. That's all. The rest is to thank you for your help. David said as he put the sniper rifle back into the gun box on the side. Thank you. The rest of the equipment will be Lieutenant Jeffrey's pension. These military scum are crazy. They actually dared to attack in a bastion. The captain said in a deep voice. He didn't hide the identity of David's attacker. He also believed that David would be able to see through it. With these corpses, the Bastion's disobedience, and Lieutenant Jeffrey's death, it was enough to give that faction a heavy counterattack. David returned to the Thunder Snake. Captain Hopper and the crew still didn't know that David had been attacked. They chatted and laughed as they returned to the Thunder Snake. Under the guidance of a warship, the Thunder Snake passed by the bastion and passed through the second line of defense. David's departure left everyone in the second line of defense as a legend. David had single-handedly destroyed the Thunder and Lightning mercenary group. In fact, many people were skeptical because they didn't see it with their own eyes. Not everyone had the right to see the video. However, David had killed 4 Kaji snipers in a row, and one of them was a terrifying Kaji sniper. This was something that many people had seen with their own eyes. Therefore, the people on the bastion sent off the Thunder Snake with a look of awe. Of course, some of them looked at it with hatred. David sat in the cockpit, looking at the warship ahead. He had some doubts about everything, so when he entered the Thunder Snake, he was ordered to activate its energy shield. After passing through the second line of defense, they sailed for another day. This area was also not allowed to use warp speed. This was no longer a war zone, but a military-controlled area. On the largest display in front of the cockpit, there was a red font indicating the prohibited terms. Mr. David, the last line of defense is in front of you. I've already handed it over for you. You can pass through directly. The captain's voice was transmitted to the cockpit through the comms. David looked out the porthole. Everything outside made his heart tremble. He saw a huge fleet. This was a real fleet. At a glance, he couldn't see the end of the warships, showing the size of this fleet. At the outermost were light reconnaissance ships, followed by frigates, destroyers, cruisers, battleships, and huge aircraft carriers. Most of these warships only appeared in instructional videos. This was the first time David saw them with his own eyes. This is the 6th Iron Wall Fleet, a great fleet. The captain's voice was full of reverence as he introduced. The 6th Iron Wall Fleet, a name that often appeared in textbooks. It was one of the main fleets of the Interstellar Federation. It was called the Iron Wall because in many battles that decided the fate of the Interstellar Federation, the 6th Fleet blocked the attacks of the insectoids like an iron wall. The Interstellar Federation gave this last line of defense to the 6th Iron Wall Fleet. This was the last line of defense. Behind this line of defense was a peaceful world. The Thunder Snake flew between the warships. This was a passage with the warships as walls. Mr. David, take care. When the Thunder Snake flew out of the passage, the captain said goodbye. Thank you, Captain. See you later. David said. He turned to Captain Hopper and said, Captain Hopper, full speed ahead. First warp engine 50% charged. Second warp engine 50% charged. Enter warp flight mode. Captain Hopper ordered the crew. David stood up and returned to his room. He didn't get much from this battle, but the loot he got from the sniper Kaji was very attractive. In the room, David assembled the sniper rifle from the box. This sniper rifle was the famous Death's Eye. Among the 4 Kaji who participated in the attack, only the sniper Kaji used a military weapon. It wasn't hard to imagine that the sniper Kaji could only use the sniper rifle he was most familiar with. The Death's Eye was a very famous sniper rifle in the military. Many sniper Kaji liked the Death's Eye. The first time David came into contact with a sniper rifle, he used the Death's Eye replica. David gently stroked the body of the Death's Eye. This Death's Eye was very well maintained. The barrel seemed to be the latest, and there wasn't a single scratch on the body of the gun. Probably because they paid special attention to this mission, the Death's Eye was maintained as if it was brand new. Although he had the better Godolphin's Fury, David still liked this Death's Eye very much. This Death's Eye became his backup sniper rifle. If a sniper Kaji knew about David's extravagant behavior, he would definitely be very envious. David took the ammo box. After opening it, he saw rows of first-grade bullets and 52nd-grade bullets. David didn't care about these. When he left Nine City, he used his connections with Galen Transcendent to buy a lot of sniper bullets. First-grade and second-grade bullets were enough for him to use for a long time. What he cared about was the special bullets on the side. Among them, there were second-grade homing bullets, miniature explosive bullets, and other special bullets. Chapter 228. In a conference room in one of Worcester's barracks, 7 generals in their uniforms were seated. They were all staring at the report on the monitor in front of them. Shock, surprise, anger, disdain, and indifference were all on their faces. "General Brock, tell us." Adams' words were blunt, and he called out the general's name. The rest of the generals looked at General Brock with dissatisfaction. Starting from the second line of defense on planet Monolith all the way to planet Warstar, the Interstellar Federation had designated this area as a war zone. It was for this reason that this area had become an important part of the military sphere of influence. The military fought against the insectoids here, and at the same time developed their influence here. The 7 generals all had their own factions, and from time to time there would be friction between them. However, these conflicts were kept outside of the military and belonged to the peripheral members of each faction. The military never got involved in these conflicts. This was a tacit understanding between the various factions and an unspoken rule. However, General Brock's faction had broken this agreement. Not only did they mobilize the military's Special Warfare Kaji unit, but they also disobeyed the orders of their superiors in a bastion. The Special Warfare Kaji unit had even killed a bastion lieutenant. "I didn't know about this." General Brock shrugged. How could he admit to such a thing? He'd already lost a great deal, but as long as he kept his position, he could slowly regain what he'd lost. "Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to formally introduce David Kerr to you. He is the child of Hans Kerr, the Nation Knight. David participated in the war against the insectoids and was awarded the Silver Star Badge for his bravery. This child can be considered a direct descendant of the military, but a talent like this was hunted down by an entire fleet. When they failed to kill him, they sent out the Special Warfare Kaji unit to assassinate him. The actions of some in the military have made us all bitterly disappointed. Who gave you the right to assassinate a citizen of the Federation? Assassinate the heir to the title of Nation Knight." General Adams stood and shouted. His eyes finally settled on General Brock. He was the one who called this meeting. All the military affairs in the theater of operations were handled by the 7 generals. This meeting was equal to the highest military meeting in the theater of operations. General North glanced at General Brock and said in a deep voice, "That's enough. Arrest everyone involved." The title of National Knight is a title the military spent a lot of effort to obtain from the Interstellar Federation. How dare the military destroy the honor of the title? The title of Nation Knight could become a special honor that all military personnel yearned for. This was the result of countless years of propaganda and management by the military. The military was able to recruit many geniuses because of the compulsory military service law and the various honors. Although compulsory military service was mandatory, there were still many ways to circumvent it. Therefore, all kinds of honors became important means to attract soldiers, and the title of Nation Knight was the highest honor. The appearance of every Nation Knight was greatly publicized by the military in the Interstellar Federation. Their deeds also encouraged the young people to join the military. However, if this incident were spread out, then the honor of the title of Nation Knight would be covered in dust. The prestige of the military that was built up over many years would also disappear. General Manson, who had a tense relationship with General Brock, said with a cold smile, "What's the point of arresting those people? Who doesn't know that the Lightning Mercenary Group is General Brock's external force? So, when the external force is destroyed, the military can still use assassinations. It seems like I need to strengthen my own security. Who knows, maybe one day I will be assassinated because of General Brock's dissatisfaction." General Brock slammed the table and yelled, "General Manson, what did you say? Did I say something wrong?" General Manson asked with a smile on his face. He then turned to the other generals and said, "I suggest we ask the Federal High Command to investigate this matter. What's the point of investigating those small fries? We must find the scum that destroyed the prestige of the military and restore the innocence of the military." General Brock looked at General Manson and pointed at him. He was trembling with anger, but he couldn't say anything. The Federal High Command was the highest authority in the military. Once this matter was reported to the Federal High Command, the consequences would not be as simple as handing over some subordinates. General North smiled and suggested, "Why don't we rediscuss the work distribution of all the generals here?" General Adams was the first to support. "I agree." Then, all the generals present expressed their support for General North's suggestion. General Brock was furious, but there was nothing he could do. In fact, the assassination of David was not ordered by him at all. It was a decision made by one of his subordinates. However, as the highest officer in this department, he had to take the blame if something happened to one of his subordinates. At the same time, he also understood that this meeting of the war zone generals was to seize power from him. Even if he knew this, General Brock could not object. Otherwise, if the Federal High Command really intervened, the result would be even worse. The rules were not that easy to break. General Brock had broken the rules, so he had to bear the consequences. This was the best opportunity to attack General Brock's forces. No general would easily give up. Those who could become generals at this level were decisive. Of course, it was not a good choice to let the generals report this matter to the Federal High Command. Once the Federal High Command investigated the war zone, some other things in the war zone might be exposed. Therefore, the generals would not contact the Federal High Command unless it was absolutely necessary. David did not know that because of him, the power of the war zone military had changed a lot. A large number of soldiers who belonged to General Brock's forces had been transferred from their original positions. At this time, David had left the war zone and truly entered a peaceful world. He was still in his room on the Thundersnake modified ship, looking at the spoils of the battle. He was very satisfied with the special bullets. These special bullets could not be bought through credits and could not be obtained outside of the military. It was probably because the captain wanted to compensate him that he pretended not to know and gave these special bullets to him as spoils of war. David also found the military's optical computer among the parts taken from Kaji's exoskeleton armor. He had only heard of this optical computer before. This was the first time he had seen it. The optical computer could connect to all the special bullets of the military, various models of the military sniper rifles, and some of Kaji's equipment. The level 2 homing bullet that attacked David before was set up by the optical computer. There was also the camouflage cloth that looked ordinary. In fact, it was not ordinary. The color on the surface could automatically blend with the environment. It could also be modified by the optical computer. At the same time, the camouflage cloth could also eliminate its own heat, isolating the exoskeleton armor and Kaji's signals, creating an effect similar to invisibility. Of course, the camouflage cloth's invisibility effect was only against scanning. Once it was activated, it would still be exposed. However, this was already very good. This camouflage cloth was the military's special equipment for sniping Kaji. Only sniping Kaji on special missions could apply to use it. Thinking of special equipment, David could not help but think of the 2 devices he found from the corpse of the electronic warfare master and the other electronic warfare master. He had the shadow attendant take the 2 devices out of the space ring. Because he was in a hurry before, he did not have the time to study them properly. When he saw a small line of text on the bottom right corner of one of the devices, he could not help but smile. K4 Military Electronic Warfare Optical Computer. This was the updated version of his K2 Military Electronic Warfare Optical Computer. Moreover, there was a big difference between an electronic warfare optical computer and an electronic warfare optical computer. Electronic warfare optical computer had a wider range of uses. It required a higher level of electronic warfare to fully display its capabilities. David turned on the electronic warfare optical computer and saw the password page. He hesitated for a moment and did not immediately crack it. He knew that one of the 2 electronic warfare masters was an electronic warfare master. His current level was not as good as the electronic warfare master. If this electronic warfare optical computer happened to be the electronic warfare master's item, there might be unexpected trouble. After he merged with the electronic warfare, 22% complete, knowledge ball, he would have no problem cracking this electronic warfare optical computer. He put down the electronic warfare optical computer and picked up another device. This was a custom cracker. The custom cracker wasn't a very precious electronic countermeasure device, but its real value wasn't the hardware, but the program written inside the custom cracker. The custom cracking device did not have a password. David checked it, and his eyes tightened. This thing looked inconspicuous, but it could forcibly crack the warship's artificial intelligence core. If David had not injected his own control program into the AI core, which had a completely different defense mechanism from the AI core, the two ECM masters might have been able to remotely crack the AI core of the battleship with a custom cracker. David had the shadow attendant put the custom cracking device back into the dimensional ring. The function of this thing was very obvious. It should be a device specially developed to crack the artificial intelligence core of some warships. If David needed to crack the artificial intelligence core of a warship in the future, he could try using the custom cracking device first. Perhaps he would not even need to get close to the artificial intelligence core to be able to control it. David did not know that this custom cracking device was a secret military device. It was made to target the artificial intelligence core of some warships that were sold for civilian use. This was also a kind of restriction the military had on these civilian warships. It was so that they could take back control of the warship at any time when necessary. He put everything away again and pressed one hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder. This time, the soul energy obtained from the shadow attendant was very little. There was almost no reaction from the soul fortress. There were only 4 Kaji souls. For David's current soul strength, it was indeed very little. However, David did not pay attention to this. He just wanted to see the knowledge ball that the sniper Kaji had provided. As for the other 3 Kaji souls, he did not care. A yellow sniper, 10% mastery. Knowledge ball was listed out by the shadow attendant from the many other knowledge balls. I knew it. David's eyes flashed with excitement. When he was sniped by the military sniper Kaji, David noticed that the sniper Kaji was different. A normal sniper Kaji would need to stop after every 2 or 3 shots to expel the energy in his body. However, the military sniper Kaji could fire 10 shots in a row. Although the sniper Kaji suffered heavy damage, it also reflected that this sniper Kaji was different. At that time, David considered that the sniper Kaji's mastery of sniping was very high. That was why he could expel the recoil energy from the sniper rifle so quickly. This was also because he was facing David. If it was another Kaji, he could have finished the battle in less than 10 shots. In fact, the sniper Kaji was the core of the special task force. The sniper Kaji was the main attacker, and the other Kaji were in charge of support. The sniper Kaji had never failed a single shot, which was why he was sent to kill David. It was because of this special task force's 100% success rate that the higher-ups thought there would be no problems and dared to take action in the Bastion. David had been working hard to practice his sniping ability. Through learning from his father, Hans, and practicing in the virtual space, his sniping ability had improved rapidly. However, this rapid improvement was only relative to the normal sniper Kaji's speed of improvement. Even if David reached 40% mastery in sniping, it would still take months of hard work to reach it. Needless to say, if he wanted to reach mastery in sniping without external help, David would not be able to break through by himself for a few years. David did not think too much about it. He had the shadow attendant transfer the sniping 10% mastery knowledge ball into his body. In an instant, the environment in front of David changed drastically. He entered an illusion. In a familiar prone position, in front of him was a Death's Eye sniper rifle, and next to it were boxes of sniper bullets. He was in a strange environment. The surroundings were completely sealed, and there was only a small window in front of him for a shooting port. Similarly, David had no way of controlling this body. He could only passively feel its movements and feel what it was thinking. Through the scope of the Death's Eye, his body looked out of the shooting port. There, one Zerg after another was shuttling between the rocks. The Death's Eye was shot, and then Zerg was shot in the head. From at least 2 kilometers away, he could still hear the Zerg screams. The frightened Zerg moved even faster, making sniping even more difficult. David also noticed that the body's reaction speed after removing the Death's Eye was extremely fast. It was almost as if the sniper rifle was shot, and the recoil was constantly channeled into the ground below. This was not a special secret technique. It was the technique of removing the recoil from Kaji's sniper rifle to an extremely terrifying degree. Every tremor of the body happened to be at the same frequency as the recoil. After sniping again and again, David felt a stronger sniping method and a better control of the body. Chapter 229. After leaving the third line of defense, the modified Thundersnake spaceship entered warp flight mode for 2 days before exiting warp flight mode. David was also sitting in the cockpit. He was informed by Captain Hopper that they were about to arrive at the Spacegate location. The Interstellar Federation was vast. If they just relied on warp flight to travel slowly, it would take years, decades, or even centuries to reach a distant planet. The Spacegate technology was the foundation of the Interstellar Federation's ability to control such a vast universe. The Spacegate was actually a controllable wormhole. By connecting 2 space gates to achieve ultra-long distance teleportation, they could instantly reach a distant star field. As soon as they exited warp flight mode, David saw a huge circular steel building floating in space through the huge porthole at the front of the spaceship. Inside the steel circular building, there was a ripple-like existence that flashed with a pale blue light. That was the materialized spatial energy. The circular steel building was very large. There were 2 platforms extending from both sides. On the platforms were 2 bases. The most conspicuous thing in the base was the 2 thick cannons on each side. The dark cannons were 50 meters long, making everyone who saw them feel fear. Star Destroyer Cannon. David slowly called out the name of the 2 super cannons. Star Destroyer cannons were energy weapons that only super battleships would be equipped with. Its attack was in a completely unreasonable way. It activated a huge amount of energy, and after energy shock, the energy became extremely active. Then the energy was fired. As for the power of the Star Destroyer cannon, it depended on the amount of energy injected into it. The reason it was called a Star Destroyer cannon was because when injected with the most energy, it could directly destroy a planet. Once this weapon was fully activated, even if a spaceship activated its energy shield, it would not be able to resist and would directly turn into space dust. Ordinary battleships could not be equipped with this kind of superweapon. On one hand, the Star Destroyer cannon was too large, and the recoil was terrifying. On the other hand, ordinary battleships could not support a single shot of the Star Destroyer cannon, even if they used up all their energy. A space gate equipped with 2 Star Destroyer cannons was almost equivalent to a super battleship. The 2 bases were not only equipped with Star Destroyer cannons, but also other weapons. Warstar Z7654490133546. You have entered the range of the ZX-042 spatial gate. Please present your identification immediately. The voice from a spatial gate came from the cockpit. Captain Hopper operated for a while and set the legal procedures for the Thundersnake modified ship to public. He also set the navigation permit for Na and City on the Monolith Star to public. After a short while, the voice from the dimensional gate sounded again. Identity verification successful. The fee has been paid. Destination, Lydia Star Zone. Permission granted. David had heard from Transcendent Galen about the fees. He had already paid for it, and the approval procedures had also been handled together. Therefore, there was no problem with this. David was just curious about how to pass through the spatial gate. Sir, you'll need to enter the life support cabin or wear the exoskeleton armor. All of our crew members must enter the life support cabin to resist the effects of the teleportation. Captain Hopper reminded. It was also because of Captain Hopper that Transcendent Galen and Hans were assured that David would head to the Iridius sector alone. David did not enter the life support cabin. Instead, he chose to wear the exoskeleton armor. After putting on the luxurious exoskeleton armor, David still stood in the cockpit. At this time, everyone else in the spaceship had entered the life support cabin. A beam of light shot out from the base beside the spatial gate. It pulled the Thundersnake modified ship forward slowly, approaching the blue ripples of the spatial gate. Just as the Thundersnake modified ship came into contact with the ripples, a suction force sucked the ship in. After that, David felt the light in front of his eyes scatter. He could not even see the cockpit he was in. There was light all around him. He sensed the terrifying energy contained in the light, but this energy seemed to be very tame. However, this taming was only relative. If David was not wearing the exoskeleton armor, this light could easily affect his body, tearing his skin, breaking his muscles, and crushing his bones. After what seemed like a long time, or perhaps just a moment, David was lost in the beautiful light. However, his vision turned black, and then it brightened again. When David's vision recovered, he was in another universe. The reason why he said it was another universe was because David judged it based on the starlight in space. Behind the Thundersnake modified ship was a spatial gate. The Thundersnake modified ship was being pulled away from the spatial gate at the speed of light. Captain Hope and the crew also returned to work from the cockpit. David looked at the time on his ID bracelet. It had only been a dozen seconds since he went through the 2 spatial gates. Perhaps it was less than a second since he actually went through the spatial gate. Warstar Z7654449013546. Welcome to the Iridius system. Please abide by the local laws. A beautiful female voice was heard from the spatial gate. David noticed that the spatial gate in the Iridius system did not have a Star Destroyer cannon, although there were 2 bases in the same location. At the same time, he also noticed that there were all kinds of spaceships coming in and out of this place. It was completely different from the spatial gate from before. Sir, we have arrived in the Iridius system. It will only take 3 days to reach planet Lunka from here. Captain Hope reported. Then let's go, David ordered as he took off his exoskeleton armor. The Thundersnake modified ship immediately activated its warp engine and instantly entered the speed of light. David returned to his room and began his daily practice. 3 days later, David received a report from Captain Hope that they were close to planet Lunka. David went to the cockpit and saw planet Lunka through the porthole. This was a planet that was half green and half blue in color. There was a ring around the planet. Sir, our spaceship can't enter planet Lunka. It can only stop there, Captain Hope said as he pointed at the nearing planet ring. What's that? David asked curiously. That's planet Lunka's spaceport. No polluting industries are allowed on planet Lunka, so this is also an important industrial area on planet Lunka, Captain Hope replied. The Thundersnake modified ship stopped at a spaceport on the planet ring. Of course, it was not free. It cost 10,000 credits to dock every day. David did not care about the cost. Since he wanted to own his own private spaceship, the corresponding cost was necessary. David let Captain Hope arrange for the crew to rest. He did not pilot the landing spaceship. This was because, according to Captain Hope, to enter planet Lunka from here, they had to use planet Lunka's transportation spaceship. David rented a luggage cart and placed all the items he needed to bring to the surface. Of course, some of the important items were still stored in the 2 infinite space items. After putting away his luggage, David sat on the transportation spaceship. He checked the time on his ID bracelet with the time on planet Lunka and found that the time was 10 o'clock. He looked at the electronic ticket. The transportation spaceship would depart at 9:30. It seemed that he would have to wait for another 20 minutes. Just then, his ID bracelet suddenly showed a notification. There was a contact request. David looked at the contact request and could not help but smile. David! A gentle voice came from the ID bracelet. It was Emma's voice. Emma continued, Where are you on planet Lunka now? Emma, how did you know that I was on planet Lunka? David asked curiously when he heard Emma's question. Although he had told Emma that he would be coming to planet Lunka, he did not specify a specific time. Moreover, he had just arrived on planet Lunka. Emma had already found out before he even reached the surface. David, don't you know that the ID bracelet can set a friend reminder function? Emma's laughter came from the ID bracelet. Only then did David realize that the operation of his identity bracelet was to connect it to Lunka Planet Skynet, and Emma was his only good friend on Lunka Planet. I forgot, David said embarrassedly. David, share your current location with me. I'll look for you when I have time. Emma said with a smile as she edited the schedule in an electronic document. After returning to Planet Lunka, she had a little more concern in her heart. The increase in her spiritual power had increased the appeal of her voice. Many people said that her voice had become even more charming, especially when she sang love songs. It made people feel as if they were drinking mellow wine. However, Emma knew that the influence of singing love songs was not only due to the increase in her spiritual power. As long as she sang love songs, she would involuntarily think of that figure and integrate her emotions into the song. She especially turned on David's online reminder function. Normal friends would not use this function. After all, this function was very annoying. Today, she was about to attend an event when she suddenly received a reminder that David was online. In her excitement, she took the initiative to contact David. When she saw the location sent by David on her identity bracelet, she jogged as she activated her family's private spaceship. "Emma, where are you going?" Her agent, Lucia, was waiting for Emma outside the door. When she saw Emma running without caring about her image as if she was in a hurry, she quickly stopped her and asked, "Sister Leona, help me cancel today's schedule. I'm going to meet a friend." Emma pleaded with both hands. "I can cancel the schedule, but who's your friend?" Lucia had never seen Emma so eager to meet a friend. She also asked with concern, "It's David. He arrived at Planet Lunka today. He's currently at the spaceport. I'm going to pick him up." Emma said softly with a slight blush on her face. "Bring Leona and Nora along. Be careful." Lucia sighed in her heart. She had no intention of stopping Emma. She was too familiar with Emma. She had seen the changes in Emma recently. Initially, she thought that after leaving Planet Monolith, David's influence on Emma would slowly fade away. However, she did not expect Emma to be in a daze every day with a smile on her face. She seemed to be lost in her thoughts. Lucia knew that Emma was really in love. This was Emma's first love. Whether it was successful or not, she was not going to stop it. This was Emma's most beautiful memory. With 2 bodyguards following her, Emma would not have any accidents. David sat in the spaceship and looked at the spaceport that looked like a star ring. This place was completely different from Planet Monolith. There were no military facilities here. There was not even an energy shield. If this was Planet Monolith, such a star ring would probably not last more than a few days before it was destroyed by the Zergs. He then looked at the people on the spaceship. These people were completely relaxed. They were not alert at all. They did not notice if there was any danger around them. David suddenly realized that he was greatly influenced by Planet Monolith. This was Planet Lunka. It was a peaceful planet. It was not a war zone that was filled with danger. Thinking of this, David could not help but relax his body. He wanted to blend in with these ordinary people. As time passed, more and more people appeared on the spaceship. These people were chatting with each other. Just as David wanted to blend in with the peaceful atmosphere, a small, bright white spaceship was approaching quickly. David could not help but feel nervous. His hand instinctively grabbed the level 2 military knife beside his calf. The rest of his equipment was in the 2 spatial items and his luggage in the luggage compartment. The only self-defense weapon he had was the level 2 military knife. Of course, if necessary, he could wear the exoskeleton armor and take out the level 3 heavy axe. God, what am I seeing? It's little Queen Emma's private spaceship. One of the passengers exclaimed. Then, all of the passengers looked at the small, bright white spaceship. Their faces were filled with disbelief. When David heard Emma's name, his body relaxed again. His hand left the military knife beside his calf. He stood up and walked out of the cabin under everyone's watchful eyes. What is he trying to do? Is he crazy? A mocking voice came from the passengers. The small, bright white spaceship stopped beside the transportation spaceship. Leona jumped down from the spaceship and walked towards David. "Mr. David, Miss is waiting for you on the spaceship." Leona said coldly, "I still have my luggage on the transportation spaceship." David did not care about Leona's attitude. He explained as he prepared to retrieve his luggage. "Mr. David, let me retrieve your luggage." Although Leona's attitude was not good, she still spoke first. David did not insist. Before he walked into the small, bright white spaceship, he saw Emma standing at the cabin entrance with a sweet smile. The sunlight shone on Emma's body from the cabin entrance. Under the sunlight, her flawless face had a faint golden glow. David was stunned. He stood there in a daze. "Mr. David, your luggage is here." After some time, Leona's voice came from behind David. This voice startled the two people who were looking at each other. Both of them looked away at the same time. Their faces were filled with shyness. Chapter 230. Forks Transcendent sat in his office. He looked at the appointment message on his identity bracelet and remembered that Garen Transcendent had asked him to do a small favor when he first came to Lunka. Using legal means to get a high school student not from Elydia to participate in the Elydia Unified College entrance examination was a very small matter for a powerhouse like Forks Transcendent. However, since his good friend Garen Transcendent had asked him to do it, he naturally had to take it seriously. David Kerr. Forks Transcendent softly read out David's name. He was very curious what kind of genius could make Garen Transcendent do such a favor for a disciple. After all, they were both transcendent. Although they were good friends, this favor was not so easy to give out. With their status, they were not afraid of giving out benefits. What they were afraid of was giving out favors. Forks Transcendent casually set his identity bracelet to projection mode. With his authority, he could search for a lot of content. Soon, David's life history appeared on the projection. Forks Transcendent looked at the contents of the projection, and his expression changed from indifference to surprise. The battle results showed him a valiant genius Kaji. In terms of battle results, even a peak Kaji rarely had such results. Spear Master, Sniper Kaji, proficient in many weapons, decisive in his attacks, and had the record of killing an elite Kaji team in a head-on confrontation. From the military to the government, he was rated the highest in all aspects. Judging from David's age, this was a genius with unlimited potential. If Kaji could become a transcendent, then he had to be a powerhouse in the transcendent. As for the part about killing Transcendent Cather with poison, Transcendent Fox attributed it to luck. He didn't think much of it. In fact, in history, many Transcendent had died in all kinds of accidents, and poisoning was the most common. Forks Transcendent also understood why Garen Transcendent valued David so much and would pay a favor for David to look after him. Just as Forks Transcendent was about to close the information on his identity bracelet, a line of red text suddenly appeared in David's information. New information has been added. Forks Transcendent was very curious. After all, his information was regularly synchronized with the war zone's information. He also looked at the date and found that this information was from a while ago. Anything that could enter this information was not a trivial matter. Apart from personal information, only some particularly noteworthy events would be included in it. Extraordinary Fox clicked on the red words and a battle report popped up. This was the military's battle report. Impossible. Forks Transcendent looked at this war report, and his expression became extremely shocked as he muttered to himself in disbelief. If this war report was not received by the military, he would have thought that someone was joking with him. War report. Party A, Thunder and Lightning Mercenary Group. Party B. David Kerr. Comparison of spaceships between the two sides. Party A. 2 retired Thunder 2 frigates, only secondary cannon and anti-air firepower. 10 medium combat spaceships, civilian medium combat spaceships modified, weak combat power. 30 light combat spaceships, civilian light combat spaceships modified, weak combat power. Party B. Thunder Snake modified spaceship, Thunder Snake Corvette modified version, 2 Gauss cannons. Comparison of Kaji between the two sides. Party A. For Weapon Masters, 246 Kaji. Party B. David Kerr, Spear Master, Intermediate Kaji. Damage report between the two sides. Party A. 12 escape pods were found near the battlefield. 8 of them were Kaji and 4 crew members. Party B. No damage. Battle analysis. This was a typical battle where the weak won against the strong. Party B fully utilized Kaji's assault ability and single-handedly broke into the main ship of the Thunder and Lightning Mercenary Group and killed all the Kaji by himself. However, this kind of battle method required a strong individual combat power. According to the video on the scene, the main ship sent out a call, and a total of 200 Kaji participated in the encirclement of David. According to what David revealed to the military, he personally killed 4 weapon masters, which made this kind of battle method even harder to replicate. The military analysis room concluded that since David was still at the intermediate Kaji level, his strength could still increase. Even in this battle, David's combat power could be said to be invincible among the Kaji level. Doubtful points. How did David get close to the main ship of the Thunder and Lightning mercenary group? How did he control the main ship's AI core and send out all the orders to attack? Invincible among the Kaji level. Forks Transcendent muttered to himself. This evaluation came from the military of the war zone. At least it represented the opinion of the war zone. Forks Transcendent knew that David would be in a lot of trouble because this invincible among the Kaji level would attract a lot of attention. Although this invincible among the Kaji level was not something David claimed, this evaluation would still cause dissatisfaction among the geniuses among the Kaji level. If David was not so famous, Forks Transcendent could have directly let David enter the college entrance exam process. With Forks Transcendent status, no one would blame them. However, after this news spread, David would be the center of attention and would have to consider the impact. In Na'an City on the Monolith planet, Galen Transcendent was also looking at the same battle report. His eyes were filled with helplessness. He wanted to hide David's whereabouts. Originally a high school student, even a genius like Kaji, entering the Iridia planet was like a drop of water in the ocean. It was not easy to find him. However, David, with the invincible among the Kaji level, was like a human torch. No matter where he went, he would be the center of attention. Galen Transcendent was worried that the great world of God intelligence would make a move on David. He had already guessed some things, but he did not want to get to the bottom of it. Everyone who succeeded had their secrets. He just wanted David to be safe. Planet Lunka is not here. The world of God's intelligence would not be able to do anything there. Galen Transcendent comforted himself. He had no other choice but to send a message to Fox Transcendent and ask him to take care of David. With the help of a Transcendent, David's situation on planet Lunka would be much better. Galen Transcendent did not forget to send a message to David across the galaxy, asking him to be careful when he went out and to stay on campus at all times. In a military camp on planet Warstar, inside an officer's dormitory, a lieutenant colonel's uniform hung on a hanger, indicating the identity of the owner of this place. On a small table next to the bed, a soldier in training uniform was pouring glass after glass of hard liquor into the glasses on the table. There were 4 glasses, each corresponding to a picture. In the picture were 4 soldiers, the commander of the Lightning mercenary group, Norton, and 3 other weapons masters. Brothers, have a good trip after drinking this. I will take care of your enemies. The soldier said in a deep voice as he poured himself a glass of liquor. After that, he downed the entire glass in one gulp and coughed continuously. He was a sniper Kaji. He did not touch a single drop of alcohol because it would make him unable to concentrate and affect his judgment. I asked a friend for help. I believe the title of Invincible among Kaji will make David have nowhere to hide. When the news arrives, I will take his life, he said proudly to the 4 pictures after he stopped coughing. This sniper Kaji was Dart, the sniper who was in the same squad as Norton. Dart was highly regarded by the military due to his superb talent as a sniper. Coupled with the fact that the Lightning mercenary group did not have a chance to display their abilities as a sniper, Dart remained in the military. When the bad news came, Dart immediately used his connections as a sniper Kaji. A powerful sniper Kaji had a terrifying amount of connections. However, Dart's sniper couldn't pinpoint David's exact location. It was unimaginably difficult to find a single person in the entire Interstellar Federation. Even if they knew that David had flown to the Iridia planetary system, given the billions of people there, they would not be able to pinpoint David's location in a short amount of time. That was why Dart added the phrase "invincible among Kaji" to the military's analysis report. In actuality, if it were not for his help, Even if the military really believed that David was invincible among Kaji, they would not have added such a phrase. That was because it would cause trouble for David and cause the transcendent to be dissatisfied with David. Soon, it will be very soon. David, I will find you. Dart mumbled Kaji to the photo. His eyes were filled with tears. The brothers who had gone through thick and thin with him were all dead. The hatred had been formed. David did not know that he would be in big trouble. He was in a very good mood. Emma's spaceship carried David to Chia City. David sat beside Emma and curiously looked at the scenery outside the window. Chia City did not have any city walls, nor were there any obvious defensive structures. It was like a completely defenseless city. David could not help but think of what would happen if a rank 1 insectoid were to charge in. He could not help but smile helplessly. His impression of the insectoid invasion was too deep. If a small city on the monolith star could not withstand the insectoid invasion, the entire city would be destroyed. David, what's your impression of Chia City? Emma saw that David was looking at the scenery outside and asked softly, It's very unsafe. David did not even think and directly answered. Leona and Nora, who were sitting not far from Emma, were amused by David's answer. They did not expect David's evaluation of Chia City to be like this. David, there are no insectoids here. The security is also very good. Emma, on the other hand, felt sad as she looked at David with a gentle gaze. What kind of experience would make David worry about safety when he was looking at the beautiful scenery? David shook his head. He also realized his own problem. He smiled at Emma and threw away the thoughts of the city's defense in his mind. He wholeheartedly appreciated the beauty of the city. The city was very beautiful. As far as the eye could see, green plants took up most of the city. The buildings were like jewels in the greenery. In the center of the city, a river divided the city into two like a jade belt. Planet Lunka is famous for its environment in the Ilidia star field. Everything here is to preserve nature. Planet Lunka does not have a single factory, but most of the financial and research institutions in the Ilidia star field are gathered here. This is the center of the Ilidia star field, and also the most beautiful tourist planet in the Ilidia star field. Emma's introduction was full of pride. This was the planet she grew up on. The spaceship stopped at the helipad on the rooftop of a villa. David did not ask where this place was. He trusted Emma's arrangements. The moment the door of the spaceship opened, David smelled a gust of fresh air. He was almost intoxicated by the air. The air here was different from the dry air of the monolith star. It was also different from the filtered air in the spaceship. The air here was filled with the fragrance of flowers, full of green vitality, and full of moisture. David's 5 senses were very sensitive. This made the air here even more impactful to him. Emma did not rush David. She had been to the monolith star before and knew what kind of environment it was. Coming to planet Lunka, from there was a huge difference in the environment. David needed time to get used to it. I can't wait to see the scenery here. David woke up from his intoxication and turned to smile at Emma. Come with me. I'll let you have a good look at this villa. Emma smiled until her eyes were squinted. Her lips had a beautiful curve as she spoke. David followed behind Emma and walked down from the spaceship. The scenery was different from the view from a spaceship. Standing in the beautiful scenery was even more impressive. Other than the first floor of the villa, the rest of it was built with glass-like materials. It looked like a diamond embedded in a silver pedestal. The villa was surrounded by tall trees. David did not know what species these trees were. They might be unique to this place. The trees were very dense and completely isolated the villa from the outside world. Only the road in front of the villa was connected to the outside world. Walking from the platform to the second floor of the villa, David realized that he could see the beautiful scenery outside directly from the second floor. The materials used on the second and third floors looked like crystals from the outside. However, he could not see what was inside, which ensured the privacy of the interior. On the other hand, he felt like he was in nature on the inside. The walls must have used special technology to block out the other rooms, except for this room. It made him feel like he was in harmony with the outside world, no matter which room he was in. The decorations here were very simple, but the details were very perfect. It showed that the designer had put in a lot of effort. With Emma accompanying him, David toured the 3-story villa and the basement. When David saw the specially reinforced training room in the basement, he was very surprised. Emma had a smile in her eyes. This was the villa she had chosen for David. After returning from the Monolith Star, she had been designing and decorating it herself. The training room in the basement was also specially built because she had heard that the training conditions of the armored soldiers were needed for training. David did not reject Emma's good intentions. He smiled and said to Emma beside him, "I like it here." Whether it was him or Emma, they did not care much about a villa. However, he was more interested in Emma's efforts. Chapter 231. The 2 female bodyguards, Leona and Nora, stood outside the door. They knew what their mission was, but they wouldn't interfere with Emma's life. Emma and David sat in the sunroom on the 3rd floor. There were some precious flowers and trees planted in the sunroom. The light from the outside shone through the transparent curtain wall and the roof, bathing the 2 of them in the sunlight. Emma also had some rare free time. She held a cup of tea in her hand and smiled as she enjoyed the peace and quiet. She enjoyed the space where the 2 of them were alone. David was also enjoying himself. The environment here made him feel unreal. Coming here from the Monolith Star was like coming to another world. "David, my mental strength seems to have increased since the last time." Emma softly broke the silence and looked at David with curious eyes. Emma didn't feel much at that time because she was nervous. But after that, she realized that her mental strength had increased. David also looked at Emma with a smile. He knew what Emma was talking about. Their mental strength had resonated. Not only did Emma's mental strength increase, but so did his. David also wanted to know if this increase could continue. "I don't know the reason, but we can try again when we have time," David said as he took a sip of the tea in his hand. "Don't look for time. We have some free time now. We can give it a try." Emma's eyes lit up. She put down the teacup and said excitedly, "No problem." David looked around and nodded. A melodious song came out of Emma's mouth. David could clearly feel a wave of mental strength spreading out with the song. David had heard this song before. It was the song that opened the concert last time. But this time, Emma's singing was better than before, even without any accompaniment. Leona and Nora stood at the door. When they heard the song coming from the room, they couldn't help but be mesmerized. However, they had been trained for a long time and knew how infectious Emma's voice was. They immediately forced themselves to wake up. Emma, who was singing, glanced at David. David's mental strength joined in and merged with Emma's voice. He merged with Emma's mental strength. This time, David didn't block his own mental strength. His mental strength was filled with admiration for Emma and self-protection. He let Emma feel all his emotions through the mental fusion. At the same time, David also felt the emotions contained in Emma's mental strength. It was a sweet spring water, a beautiful poem of flawless emotion. With the mental fusion of the 2 people's mental strength, the song's voice suddenly increased by several times. Leona and Nora, who were still resisting, instantly fell into the song. They were sometimes happy and sometimes sad. The song spread out from the room and attracted the surrounding birds. They stood on the trees beside the villa and listened with their little heads tilted. When the song ended, the birds woke up from the song and looked around blankly. Then they looked at the villa. They didn't leave. They were still standing on the treetops, as if something was still attracting them. The 2 female bodyguards, Leona and Nora, also woke up. They looked at each other and thought about applying for earphones when they went back. They were so immersed in the song that they couldn't do their jobs properly. "David, my mental strength doesn't seem to have improved," Emma said disappointedly after feeling her own state. David summoned the shadow attendant and showed his attributes panel. His mental strength was still 595, but David knew that there was a slight improvement in the value that couldn't be seen at the back. His mental strength was far superior to Emma's. Although it was an extremely small increase, it was still an improvement. "Emma, I feel that there should be an improvement, but the increase is too small." David thought about the feeling just now and said with a smile, Emma's mental strength was much weaker than David's. David's mental strength had only increased by a small amount. It was even harder for Emma to notice. Then what's the reason? Is it because I sang too little? Emma wrinkled her nose and asked puzzledly. She had sung 20 songs in the last concert and had also mentally fused with David more than 20 times. I think it's because of the lack of listeners. The increase in mental strength is probably from the feedback of the listeners. As long as there are enough listeners, you can get a lot of mental feedback, which can make your mental strength increase significantly. David analyzed. I need a lot of listeners. Emma said with a frown. Soon, she smiled and said, I'll bring forward the next concert. When I go back, I'll ask when I can bring it forward. Then, I'll rent a big venue. I'm very famous now. I'm going to take the college entrance exam in June. Don't hold a concert during the exam. I won't be able to go then. David reminded with a smile. When Emma heard David's words, she couldn't help but think that David had just graduated from high school. But the strange thing was that every time she interacted with David, she felt that David was older and that she was more like a younger sister. It was this strange thought that made her not change the way she called David by his name and not based on age. David, don't be on guard here. You should relax. Emma was also happy that David could open up his heart to her. She advised softly. I'll try. David nodded. He could feel Emma's concern. However, it would be difficult for him, a Kaji who came from a war zone, to live a completely relaxed life. He didn't want to become like that. If he did, he would lose the ability that Kaji should have. The two sat in the sunroom and talked softly. Most of the time, it was Emma talking while David listened. When the sunlight in the sunroom disappeared, Emma pressed Lucia's communication request a few times. Leona finally walked into the sunroom. Miss, you should go back, Leona reminded. Didn't you say to cancel all the arrangements today? Emma asked reluctantly. You have to go back and have dinner with the adults and madam today. You can't be too late. Leona reminded again. It's already so late. Emma finally noticed the time and quickly called out. She stood up and thought for a moment before turning to David and said, David, I'll go first. I have plans for the next few days. I'll come and see you in a few days. I'll send you off, David said with a smile. After sending Emma off, David began to tidy up the room. He mainly organized some items from his luggage and took out some equipment from his space storage. He imported the backup AI butler program into this AI butler. However, when he remembered that his AI butler was also called Emma, he couldn't help but wonder if Emma would be unhappy if she knew. Although he thought so, he didn't change it. He was already used to the AI butler, Emma. He also recorded the items that he needed to buy. Emma was very thoughtful in the room. She had considered almost everything for David. Small items like toiletries, various inner and outer clothes, socks, shoes, and large items like a very flashy hover car. However, David had to prepare the items that he needed for his cultivation. A gene repair cabin and a large amount of gene repair fluid. He even needed to contact the relevant suppliers for the strengthened meat. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to continue his cultivation. With this calculation, David realized how troublesome it was to be alone outside. In the past, he had the help of the Transcendent, so he didn't have to worry about the strengthened meat at all. Luckily, he had practiced the advanced Kaji body technique on the spaceship today. As long as he bought the gene repair cabin tomorrow, the advanced Kaji body technique wouldn't be disconnected. At night, he used the shadow attendant to activate the crystal meditation and then fell into a deep sleep due to exhaustion. At 6 o'clock in the morning, a delivery hover car delivered the gene repair cabin and the gene repair fluid. It was arranged and tested in the underground cultivation room for him. The few staff members didn't ask why such a medical device was installed at home. It should be known that the medical treatment in Chia City was very advanced. As long as one applied at any time, there would be a rescue spaceship arriving at the fastest time. The medical treatment in Chia City was completely free. There was no need to spend credits like David did. The gene repair cabin and the gene repair fluid were not cheap. The staff members guessed that this was probably a quirk of the rich. The gene repair cabin and the gene repair fluid were ordered last night. The delivery time was also set by David. Delivery during non-working hours required an additional 50,000 credits as overtime service fee for the staff members. David didn't care about the 50,000 credits. He was more concerned that the advanced Kaji body technique couldn't be disconnected from his cultivation. Otherwise, it would affect the results of his cultivation for a long time, and he would have to endure the physical torture again. At 6:30, the installation of the gene repair cabin was completed. After sending off the staff members, David began his advanced Kaji body technique cultivation. At 9 o'clock in the morning, David changed into a set of formal attire. This was something that Emma had prepared for him. Otherwise, he still didn't know the service standards of the Lunka planet and could very well be rude in front of the Forks Transcendent. Driving the flashy hover car, David pressed the autopilot button according to the navigation system. He wasn't clear about the laws of Chia City, so the best choice was to let the hover car autopilot. The hover car would choose the most suitable navigation method according to his current social class. Sure enough, unlike the monolith planet, David's Level E authorization allowed him to fly at an altitude of about 10 meters in Chia City. David also noticed that there weren't many hover cars at this height. Instead, there were more hover cars driving on the ground. No matter where it was, there was a difference in level, even if the scenery here was picturesque. David's villa wasn't in the downtown area of Chia City. The Forks Transcendent's office was in the city center, so David could see most of Chia City's scenery along the way. As the hover car got closer and closer to the city center, David also noticed that there were more and more buildings. These buildings adhered to the concept of merging with nature, and the green plants and buildings were in perfect harmony. There weren't many tall buildings here. The tallest one was only about 10 stories, which was about the same height as the tallest plants. Most of the buildings were decorated with greenery, unlike the cities in David's impression, which were decorated with plants. This was a city of plants. In the city center, the hover car approached a building that was fused with a huge ancient tree. This building looked ancient, and it complemented the huge ancient tree. As soon as the hover car got closer, 2 police hover cars approached. "Please activate your identity bracelet," a police officer said politely in the police hover car. The guests who were able to come here were either real people of status or lunatics. The police officers were very clear about the importance of courtesy. David set his identity bracelet to public. After a scan, the 2 police hover cars turned around and led the way. David's hover car received the police hover car's command and followed. David got off the hover car at the entrance of the building, and the hover car automatically found a parking space. As soon as he walked through the door, a beautiful woman in a work skirt came up to him. "Are you Mr. David?" The woman asked respectfully. "Yes." David nodded. "Sir is already waiting for you. Please follow me," the woman said with an inviting gesture. Walking in the hall, David looked at the layout of the place. The history of this place was revealed everywhere, from the floor to the decorations on the walls. Every detail revealed traces of history. It was obvious that the owner of this place liked this style very much. Even the elevator David walked into was an antique one. The mechanical buttons, the rolling display of the floor, and the wooden handrails, compared to the fashionable woman, had a special feeling. When the elevator door opened, the woman was stunned. She saw the Forks Transcendent standing outside the elevator door with a smile. The woman couldn't help but look back at David. She didn't understand who this young man was to have the Forks Transcendent personally welcome him at the elevator door. Even if the mayor came, the Forks Transcendent had never treated him with such an attitude. "Greetings, Sir Forks." David had the most direct experience of the Transcendent. That volcanic power allowed him to know the identity of the Forks Transcendent at first glance. He bowed and greeted. "Don't call me sir. It's too formal. Garen and I are best friends. You should call me uncle." The Forks Transcendent looked at David and said with a laugh. When he saw David for the first time, he was also surprised by the aura on David's body. The aura of a mid-level Kaji was not strong, but David's aura carried a terrifying killing intent. The Forks Transcendent, who had also participated in the war, knew very well where this killing intent came from. This was an aura that naturally developed in one's body after killing too many powerhouses. This kind of aura was usually useless, but when facing an enemy, it could create a deterrent effect and put psychological pressure on opponents of the same level. If it was the Kaji who had never been in a war, he would have instantly become timid when David unleashed his killing intent, thus losing the initiative to fight. The Fork's Transcendent immediately understood that David's battle results were real. Otherwise, he wouldn't have produced such a heavy killing intent. It was almost comparable to the killing intent of the veterans who returned from the decade of war. Chapter 232. David, do you have a place to stay in Kia City? Do you want me to arrange it? Fox Transcendent smiled and asked with concern as he looked at David, who was sitting on the sofa in front of him. Fox Transcendent and David sat in the small living room, where he entertained his close friends. He didn't treat David as an ordinary junior, but as a communicator that he could face head-on. Uncle Fox, I already have a place to stay. Thank you for your concern. David was a little surprised by Fox Transcendent's attitude. He didn't quite understand why the other party would treat him like this, so he could only thank him respectfully. Before he came, Galen Transcendent had told him about Fox Transcendent. The two Transcendent were indeed friends, but their relationship could only be considered ordinary friends. But now, Fox Transcendent's attitude made David feel like the two Transcendent were brothers. But thinking about it, Fox Transcendent wouldn't harm him, with Galen Transcendent's guarantee. The reason why Galen Transcendent approached Fox Transcendent was because he knew Fox Transcendent's character. Galen Transcendent trusted Fox Transcendent. Your situation is a little troublesome, but I've already solved it for you. You need to attend classes at Lunka Private High School for a few days. I'll get someone to transfer your student status to Lunka Private High School, and you will take the college entrance exam there. Fox Transcendent smiled as he explained the arrangements he made for David. Yes, David nodded in response. His eyes were a little confused, not knowing how troublesome his situation was. Galen Transcendent didn't tell him this. Galen Transcendent told him to stay here for a while and wait for the college entrance exam. His training schedule was very full every day, and attending high school would definitely be delayed. However, his mastery of various weapons had reached the Grandmaster level. These Grandmaster level weapons couldn't be improved through ordinary practice. Therefore, he could reduce the amount of time he had to practice with these weapons every day. In addition, this was an arrangement from Fox Transcendent, so he couldn't refuse. Looks like you still don't know that you're famous. Fox Transcendent pointed at David and laughed. Uncle Fox, I'm famous now. David looked at Fox Transcendent in confusion. Of course, you single-handedly destroyed the Thunder and Lightning mercenary group, killed 4 weapon masters, and were praised by the military of the war zone as invincible among Kaji's level. Tell me, aren't you famous? Fox Transcendent explained with a smile. David was shocked when he heard this. How did news of his battle spread to the Iridius star system? It hadn't been long since the end of the battle, yet it had spread so far. Most importantly, did he have a grudge with the military of the war zone? Why would they give him the title of invincible among Kaji? David wasn't an inexperienced person. He wouldn't be blinded by the title of invincible among Kaji. This title was just like the title of world's strongest in his previous life. When people heard this title, their first thought was to beat him up and take it away. Fox Transcendent was also looking at David's expression. He noticed that David didn't look proud at all. Instead, he looked like he was thinking about something. Fox couldn't help but sigh. Such a young child. Yet he didn't look proud when he heard this kind of praise. This was what made him outstanding. Uncle Fox, has this news spread far and wide on planet Lunka? David asked. It's not just planet Lunka. I've sent people to investigate the entire Iridius star system, the neighboring Cater star system, and Volgo star system. There are similar rumors. Although it's only circulating among Kajis, it's still a big deal. Fox Transcendent stopped smiling and replied. He was more experienced than David. When he saw the title of Invincible among Kaji, he also thought that it might be flattery. He immediately sent people to investigate and found out that someone was adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes. Uncle Fox, do you know who's behind this? David didn't believe that just a comment from the military of the war zone would attract so much attention. He could only ask Fox Transcendent. The person behind this is very well hidden. I can't find out, but I'm sure it's someone from the military behind this. My people found out that a lot of the news came directly from the military. Fox Transcendent was very appreciative of David's inquiry and replied. In fact, it was fortunate that Fox Transcendent's investigation was fast enough. He immediately sent people to investigate when he received the news. Almost at the same time that someone was spreading the news, he found out about this. Otherwise, after a while, the news would be everywhere and it would be difficult to find out. The military. David thought about who in the military was looking for trouble with him. David, you don't have to worry about anything. In Kia City, you don't have to worry about anyone doing anything to you. Don't think that the security here isn't as tight as the security on Monolith Planet. In fact, Lunka Planet is under constant surveillance. One of the functions of the star ring in the sky is to monitor the ground. Furthermore, everyone who enters Lunka Planet has to identify themselves. It's impossible to sneak in. I'll get people to keep an eye out for any dangerous characters. Sorry to trouble you, Uncle Fox. David bowed and thanked him. David, you're being too polite. It's almost noon. Have lunch with me, and I'll introduce you to my disciples. Fox Transcendent smiled and arranged. They didn't leave the building for lunch. There was a restaurant on the second floor of the building, but it wasn't open to the public. It was an internal restaurant. David followed Fox Transcendent into the restaurant's private room. This room was almost the same size as the restaurant outside. Perhaps it shouldn't be called a private room. It should be considered Fox Transcendent's exclusive restaurant. Teacher, 2 men and a woman stood up and greeted him respectfully. David, these are my 3 disciples. I'm so envious of Garen for having a disciple like you. I can't help but get angry when I see the 3 of them. Fox Transcendent pointed at the 3 disciples and introduced them to David. However, this introduction made the smile on David's face become extremely awkward. The faces of the 3 people in front of him didn't look too good either. What's there to be embarrassed about? You've been training for a longer time than David, but how much weaker is your combat strength? Fox Transcendent said to the 3 disciples with a glare. Teacher, I've been training very hard. Anita pouted and said. She was the youngest of the 3 disciples, and also Fox Transcendent's favorite disciple. Therefore, when she heard Fox Transcendent's words, she was about to cry. Anita's performance is not bad. Fox Transcendent's smile returned to his face as he nodded and said, Teacher, you haven't introduced him yet. The second disciple, James, couldn't help but remind him. When he heard Fox Transcendent say that they weren't as good as David, his heart was filled with dissatisfaction. David was clearly only at the level of an intermediate Kaji. He and his first disciple, Emerson, were both at the pinnacle Kaji. In terms of combat strength, they were far superior to David. I forgot to introduce you. This is David from the War Zone's Monolith Planet. He came to Lunka Planet to study. Fox Transcendent turned around and introduced. Greetings. David quickly bowed and said. James' expression froze. He looked at Emerson. Both of their eyes were filled with shock. It's David Kerr, the David who single-handedly destroyed an entire fleet. James looked at David again, his eyes filled with disbelief. Recently, the name David Kerr had been in the limelight the most. David had single-handedly killed hundreds of Kaji for weapon masters and an entire fleet. It was a battle record that was verified by the military. The entire Skynet was filled with legends about David. However, due to privacy reasons, David's face was blurred in the video, so they couldn't see what David looked like. That was why James and Emerson didn't recognize David. However, when they heard Fox Transcendent say that David came from the War Zone's Monolith Planet, his name was David, and his combat strength was powerful, they matched. It's just a small fleet. There aren't many battleships. David explained embarrassedly. A fleet could be big or small. A standard military fleet had a minimum of 100 battleships. David, your master spear? Emerson asked curiously. The information didn't record David's other weapon masters. As long as David didn't show it, no one would know. Yes, I'm Master Spear, David admitted. He didn't want to explain too much. The other weapon masters would be known when they were needed. Then I'll need your guidance in the future. I also use spears, Emerson said with bright eyes. Fox Transcendent didn't restrict the weapons their disciples could use like Galen Transcendent did. If David's mastery of other weapons wasn't better than his mastery of the Warhammer, and his mastery of the Warhammer was far superior to his peers, Galen Transcendent wouldn't have let him go. The three disciples of Fox Transcendent all chose their weapons according to their preferences. This also reflected that Fox Transcendent's background was much higher than Galen Transcendent's. No matter what weapon their disciples chose, Fox Transcendent could give them the same knowledge. Emerson used a spear, Genlis used a heavy axe, and Anita liked a long sword. Each of them had their own high-level weapon skills, so even Anita, who was the youngest among them, had reached the beginner level of proficiency in holding a long sword. Of course, there were also reasons for choosing their favorite weapon, which was more suitable for them. If there's a chance in the future, let's practice together. David naturally wouldn't refuse Emerson's invitation. He smiled and replied, David, let's practice together in the future. Don't use a spear. Let's try. James suggested with bright eyes. No need. After the meal, I'll protect you. David, don't be shy. Teach James a lesson and let him know the difference between us. Fox Transcendent didn't wait for David's reply and directly made the decision. Fox Transcendent gave David a helpful look. David could only nod. James was very talented. He had reached the pinnacle level of Kaji before the age of 30 and was slowly accumulating. However, Fox Transcendent was worried that James' progress would be too smooth and that it would be difficult for him to get through the long period of transformation. Since David was here, he could let the younger genius suppress James and make him suffer a setback. Fox Transcendent also understood what James meant. However, Fox Transcendent didn't tell James that when David slaughtered Kaji of the Lightning Mercenary Group, he had used the heavy axe mastery. Anita didn't know about David's legend. After learning about David's strength from the few people's conversation, she looked at David with eyes full of admiration. David, stay away from Garen in Chia City. If you have any questions about your training, come to me. Also, I will arrange for someone to send you a portion of level 1 strengthened meat every day. Consider it Uncle's gift to you. Fox Transcendent said with a smile after taking a seat. Fox Transcendent's arrangement didn't cause Emerson and James to be dissatisfied. This kind of treatment was the most basic treatment a transcendent disciple should receive. Since Garen Transcendent had personally entrusted David to Fox Transcendent, it was a favor. Naturally, Fox Transcendent needed to provide some practical resources. Thank you, Uncle Fox. David hurriedly thanked him. He had looked up the strengthened meat on Skynet yesterday. The strengthened meat here was concentrated in the hands of a few forces. The strengthened meat on the market was very little and the price was extremely high. The price of a portion of level 1 strengthened meat was about 10 times that of the monolith star. Of course, 10 times the price of level 1 strengthened meat from a war zone was understandable. The problem was that the seller couldn't guarantee a sufficient supply. David was also worried about this matter. He didn't expect Fox Transcendent to directly solve it for him. The reason Fox Transcendent mentioned this in front of the three disciples was to express his attitude. He treated David as an existence equal to his disciples, so as to avoid any trouble between the three disciples and David. At the same time, he also hoped that the three disciples would be on good terms with David. Whether it was David's current strength or his future growth, he was worthy of the three disciples' deep friendship. The dishes were served. Most of them were seafood, but there were also some special ingredients. David, this is sea sunflower. It's beneficial for training. Fox Transcendent explained with a smile as he served an extremely strange dish. It was David's first time knowing that other than the strengthened meat of the insectoids, there were other foods that were beneficial for training. Sunflower was probably not cheap. There was only a small plate in front of everyone. The portion was very small, only enough for one mouthful. David did not hold back. He ate the sunflower in one mouthful. It tasted like iced jelly. It was cold in his mouth, but warm in his stomach. Although the energy provided was different from the strengthened meat of the insectoids, it could indeed increase one's vitality and strength. David's strength increased by about 5 kilograms under the effect of the warm energy. Although it was only 5 kilograms, David was now a real Kaji. Every time he increased his strength, it would increase the limit of the human body. A 5-kilogram increase would require David to eat the strengthened meat and train the advanced Kaji body art for a week. This was the target state. Once he reached the advanced Kaji, the increase would be even slower. David's eyes suddenly lit up. If there were a lot of sunflowers, he could quickly become a peak Kaji just by eating them. Haha, don't even think about it. This is the first time it's useful. After that, its effect will only be a slight increase in physique. This sunflower is extremely rare, and it can't be artificially nourished. So, don't even think about using it to quickly increase your strength. Jinli said with a smile when he saw David's expression. I think you had the same idea the first time you ate the sunflower. Anita exposed James' lie and said with a smile. Chapter 233. Whether it was Fox Transcendent, David, Emerson, or the other Kaji, they all ate very quickly. Even Anita, who looked delicate, ate in big mouthfuls. This was probably why Kaji's physique was different from ordinary people's, so they needed more energy to support themselves. Eating like ordinary people, unless they were in a public place, would be more polite. David also learned about the vastness of the universe during the meal. There were all kinds of strange resources that could partially replace strengthened meat. However, no matter if it was in terms of quantity or long-term absorption, strengthened meat was the most cost-effective and easiest resource to obtain. After the meal, Fox Transcendent brought them to the basement of the building, which was also the combat room. Although the decoration style of Lunka Planet was completely different from that of Monolith Planet, the combat room was the same. The walls, floor, and roof were made of special alloys, so they could reduce Kaji's destructive power to the greatest extent possible. David, James uses a heavy axe. What weapon are you going to use if you don't use a spear? Fox Transcendent asked David with a smile. He knew that David's mastery of the heavy axe must be very high, but he still pretended not to know and asked. When James heard his teacher, Fox Transcendent, asked this question, he looked embarrassed. The main reason he challenged David was because the Warzone military had given David the title of Invincible Kaji. Any Kaji who defeated David could take this title. However, he did not challenge David's strongest state. Instead, he challenged David's weakest weapon. If David knew what James was thinking, he would definitely tell him that he was overthinking. Currently, his spear mastery was the weakest among all his close combat weapons. It was only at 1% perfection. David's heavy axe mastery had already reached 65% perfection after fusing with the knowledge of 2 heavy axe masters. Although it was not the best weapon mastery, it was still one of the best. Since Genlis is using a heavy axe, I will also choose a heavy axe. David knew that Fox Transcendent wanted to use him to sharpen James, so he naturally chose the same weapon to attack James. What better way to show the difference in strength than a fight with the same weapon? All right, each of you can practice with your axes. Fox Transcendent smiled and nodded. David and James went to the weapons rack and took a heavy axe from it. Holding the black heavy axe in his hand, David was surprised to find that the heavy axe was actually made of wood. He looked at the heavy wooden axe in his hand. If it weren't for the special wood grain and the unique feeling of wood when his hand touched the axe handle, he wouldn't be able to tell that it was made of wood just by looking at its weight and appearance. All the practice weapons on the Monolith Star were made of steel. This was David's first time seeing a wooden practice weapon. Actually, this was not surprising. With the environment of the Monolith Star, the planet did not produce its own wood. Therefore, the price of wood was much higher than the price of steel. In addition, the wood required for practice weapons had special requirements. It was not something that normal wood could do. This is a practice axe made of black ironwood. This type of practice axe is very weak. It is very suitable for Kaji to practice with. Fox Transcendent knew that the monolith star did not have such practice weapons, so he explained with a smile. This explanation was also for David, so that David would not have to worry too much and would be able to fight freely. David, this is a private spar and not an official competition. Therefore, the results of this battle will not be leaked. I can vouch for this. Genlis hesitated for a moment and said seriously, if his character was not good, he would not have been accepted as a disciple by Fox Transcendent. After going through an ideological struggle, he chose not to be controlled by his name. Fox Transcendent heard Genlis' words and smiled. Both sides take 10 steps back. Get ready. He clapped his hands and reminded them. David and Genlis both took 10 steps back and faced each other with their practice axes in hand. Fight! Fox Transcendent shouted. Genlis suddenly exerted his strength, and his body pounced forward like a cheetah. The black practice axe was also tilted to his side, ready to strike at any time. David did not move forward. As soon as Fox Transcendent finished shouting, he raised the practice axe with full concentration. This was a very ordinary preparation move for the axe, but it was this move that made Genlis' pouncing body stop forcefully. Kaji was using a heavy axe at the same time. Genlis' heavy axe was at the intermediate level of the proficient level. It was very rare for him to be able to master a heavy axe at his age. However, when he rushed out, he saw a giant axe. It was David's body that was holding the practice axe. Emerson and Anita, who were watching from the side, did not see the reason. They did not know why Genlis suddenly stopped. Shouldn't he have taken advantage of the fact that he started first to gain the upper hand? Only Fox Transcendent looked surprised. Although he had guessed that David's heavy axe mastery had reached the master level, when he saw David use a heavy axe, the momentum was not something that a beginner master could have. Genlis' expression was serious. He felt that if he took one step forward, he would be cut in half by David's heavy axe. This feeling of danger was very strong. He stopped about 5 meters in front of David. At this distance, if either of them moved forward, they would be able to engage in close combat. Genlis moved to the left. His footsteps were steady, and the practice axe in his hand was in a defensive position. David did not move, but Genlis had no choice but to switch from offense to defense. This directly showed the huge gap between the two in terms of heavy axe mastery. David, I'm going to use my full strength, Genlis said with a serious face. David nodded. He had never underestimated anyone. Although it was just a spar, he still used half of his strength. Genlis roared. As he roared, his movement speed suddenly increased. He quickly circled around David. His feet were so fast that they could not be seen clearly. David's heart skipped a beat. Naturally, he recognized what ability this was. This was the speed innate talent. However, the speed talent that Genlis showed only increased his speed by about 30%. It was still far from the extreme speed talent that David had obtained from the mutant hunter Mantis King. David did not use the extreme speed ability. He waved the practice axe in his hand lightly. Every time he waved it, Genlis, who was about to charge forward to attack, did not dare to move forward. Teacher, what level is David's heavy axe mastery? Anita came to Fox Transcendent and asked softly. No wonder the War Zone military said that David was invincible among the Kaji class. His heavy axe mastery is already at the very high level of the master level. A heavy axe master who can reach this level is not younger than 100 years old. Fox Transcendent shook his head and sighed. Even Genlis has activated his speed talent. Can't he win? Anita asked again. Anita did not know much about the mastery of a master-level weapon. Although she knew it was terrifying, she was more familiar with Genlis' speed talent. Every time Genlis used his speed talent, almost no opponent could last more than a few seconds under Genlis' attack. Talent is not omnipotent. In the face of absolute power, speed is not enough to make up for the difference between the two. Fox Transcendent explained with a smile. Genlis' situation was very awkward. He wanted to attack, but every time he wanted to charge forward, David would wave the practice axe casually. He felt that as long as he attacked, the practice axe would accurately hit his weak point. Jinlis was also a genius. Kaji with the speed talent were very rare even in the entire Alydia sector. Every one of them was a true genius. This was also the source of Jinlis's pride. He had a natural mastery of the heavy axe, and his training with it was very fast. In his mind, when it came to using the heavy axe, there should be very few people in his generation who could match him. Jinlis originally did not want to activate his speed talent. That would make him feel that it was not his true mastery of the heavy axe. However, he did not expect that even after activating his speed talent, he still could not compare to David. He could not even attack. Fox Transcendent also nodded. David's strength was beyond his expectations, but Jinlis was not bad either. Jinlis's lack of attack was a testament to his mastery of the heavy axe. If it was a normal Kaji, he would not hesitate at all. He would be knocked down in a single blow. David smiled. This was the first time he had met a talented Kaji. He felt that coming to the Alydia sector was the right choice. On the desolate monolith planet, it was not easy to find a talented Kaji. But on the second day of his arrival, he met a decent opponent. David could not help but strengthen his control of the practice axe, suppressing Jinlis. Jinlis moved quickly. Under David's suppression, he did not dare to stop at all. He could only run around David. He was no longer trying to find David's weakness. He could not help but run. Otherwise, he would be attacked by David's practice axe. This constant threat forced him to use his speed talent at full power to barely maintain a safe balance. Stop! Fox Transcendent finally couldn't stand it any longer as he spoke. David retracted his aura and lowered the practice axe in his hand. Jinlis was sweating profusely. His whole body was soaked, and his breathing was very rapid. Activating his speed talent consumed a lot of his strength. Coupled with the pressure from David's master-level heavy axe, he was not only physically but also mentally exhausted. Jinlis looked at David, who was calm as if he had not done anything at all. Despair flashed in his eyes. He had never thought that the gap between him and David would be so big. Fox Transcendent was helpless and tried to persuade him. Jinlis, the gap between you and David is too big, but you have to know that some people have weapon talents while others have other talents. You're just comparing your weakness to David's strength. In fact, even he did not believe his own explanation. He would not believe that David did not have some special talent to be able to kill 4 famous weapon masters. However, he could not help but persuade John Leasy to regain his confidence. Thinking up to this point, Transcendent Fox couldn't help but glare at David. This caused David to feel somewhat baffled. He couldn't figure out how he had provoked Transcendent Fox. Fox Transcendent was angry because he only wanted David to sharpen Jinlis. He did not want David to make Jinlis doubt his life. Of course, Fox Transcendent knew that he could not blame David. The gap between Jinlis and David was too big. David definitely did not show his true strength just now. Teacher, I understand. I will practice hard. Jinlis nodded heavily. He then turned to David and said, "Thank you, David, for sparring with me. I will ask for more advice in the future." What advice? If you want to talk about advice, then David's heavy axe mastery is a whole realm higher than yours. Extraordinary Fox patted Jinli's head and gave him a meaningful look. Jinlis immediately understood that his teacher wanted him to learn from David. If it was before, he would never agree to learn from David. However, after sparring with David, he was already amazed by David's heavy axe mastery. Jinlis was awakened by Fox Transcendent and quickly bowed. "David, I will ask for your advice in the future." David also smiled and replied, "I will need your help in the future. I can't say that I am asking for your advice. Let's practice together when we are free." Anita ran to David's side, her eyes twinkling as she said with a smile, "David, you're so strong." Even James couldn't fight back. Jinlis's face darkened as he said to Anita, "Anita, I want to see if your long sword mastery has improved. Come, let's spar." "Teacher, Jinlis is bullying me." How could Anita fight with Jinlis, who had just been defeated and had nowhere to vent his anger? She grabbed Fox Transcendent's arm and said, "Aren't you afraid that David will laugh at you?" Fox Transcendent said with a smile. He turned to David and said, "If you have nothing else to do, Let Jinlis accompany you to Lunka Private High School in the afternoon to register. You will officially enroll tomorrow. David replied politely. Uncle Fox, I have nothing to do. I will do as you say. Jinlis said with a smile. Teacher, don't worry. Leave this to me. Jinlis was also overjoyed. He thought that this arrangement to get close to David was a way for his teacher to help him get closer to David and better receive David's guidance. David also wanted to find someone who was familiar with the training system of Kaji to ask about some things. Although Emma was the host, she knew very little about the Kaji community. Fox Transcendent and Emerson both had their own matters to attend to. When Jinlis went to wash off the sweat on his body, they left first. Only Anita was left behind to ask David about the situation on Planet Monolith. She was very curious and kept asking questions about everything from basic necessities to the living environment. David only talked about some interesting things and did not mention the terrifying things there. Chapter 234. David, who was sitting in the hover car, finally let out a long sigh of relief. Anita's questions made it hard for him to deal with. David, if you have any trouble at Lunka Private High School, look for me. The students there are all from extraordinary backgrounds, so it's best if you don't hurt them. Jinli sat in the driver's seat and explained to David. I'll be careful. David nodded. In an unfamiliar environment, he couldn't always rely on Forks Transcendent. If he had any trouble, he would look for Forks Transcendent. This made the favor of Transcendent seem worthless. David understood that although Forks Transcendent appeared to be very close, his relationship with Forks Transcendent was still very distant. He had just met Forks Transcendent, and there was a huge difference in status between them. Of course, you don't have to be too careful. You don't bully people, but if someone bullies you, you can do whatever you want. It's fine as long as no one dies. Jinlis changed the topic and said with a smile. While the two were talking, the hover car arrived at a school surrounded by greenery. Jinli's hover car flew directly into the school and stopped in front of the only 3-story building in the school. David got out of the hover car and looked around. Everything he saw in this school showed that it was different from the rest. The whole school didn't look like a school, but more like a park. The ground here was completely covered by a kind of fine grass. Although he didn't know the name of this grass, just by looking at the green grass under his feet that didn't change at all when he stepped away, he could tell that this grass was definitely not ordinary. Looking around, there was no sign of the grass being destroyed. For a school, it was impossible that no students had stepped on it. This showed that the grass was not ordinary. The 3-story building in front of him was built with wood. This was extremely rare in the Interstellar Federation, where all kinds of high-tech materials were available. Jinlis led David into the 3-story building. Inside, there were sculptures and paintings everywhere. It was almost like an art museum. Stepping on the wide and thick wooden stairs, David came to the 3rd floor and saw the sign for the principal's office. Jinlis lightly knocked on the wooden door of the principal's office. Soon, a voice came from inside. Come in. David, Principal Grover and my teacher are good friends, so you have to be respectful. Jinlis didn't forget to remind David before he pushed the door open. The two entered the office and saw Principal Grover sitting behind a wooden table. Other than the wrinkles on Principal Grover's face, one could still see the handsomeness of his youth. This was a very elegant middle-aged man. James, is this the child your teacher told me about? Principal Grover looked at James with a smile, then glanced at David and asked, Yes, Headmaster Grover. Please arrange it. James replied respectfully. Invincible soldier David, Fox really knows how to find trouble. Principal Grover smiled and shook his head. He looked at David and said, Your information has been registered. No matter how special your situation is, you still need to study in class until the college entrance exam. If you make a mistake in school, I will deal with it according to the school rules. I won't give anyone face. Principal Grover wasn't an ordinary person. As the principal of the best private high school on Lunka Planet, his connections were extremely terrifying. Forks Transcendent asked him to arrange for David to enter the school, so he asked for David's information and saw David's battle record. Although David was still a high school student who had killed hundreds of Kaji, If not for Fork's Transcendent, he wouldn't have dared to take such a risk. Therefore, when he saw David, Principal Grover immediately warned David, "Principal, please don't worry. I will hold myself to the standards of a normal student." David promised with a smile. At the same time, he was also embarrassed that his reputation had spread so quickly. Was this still the interstellar era? When he walked out of the principal's office, David's identity bracelet had an additional Lunka private high school identification card. Due to David's situation, Principal Grover didn't ask anyone to bring David to the classroom. Instead, he asked him to go by himself. "David, study hard." James patted David's shoulder and said encouragingly as he left. No matter how David looked at James' expression, it didn't seem like he was encouraging him. Instead, he seemed to be gloating. Before he came, David thought that classes would only officially start the next day. However, Principal Grover asked him to enter the school immediately. David didn't reject this matter. He had no choice but to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. He opened a school map and found the logistics department. There, he received 2 sets of school uniforms and a full set of books. David's previous school still mostly used electronic textbooks. However, Lunka Private High School only used paper textbooks. He changed into his school uniform at the logistics department because the staff there told him that all students had to wear school uniforms in school. Otherwise, their credits would be deducted and they would be punished according to the situation. David wore a black school uniform with a student tag on his chest. He had an extremely strange feeling as he walked through the school. A few days ago, he was still fighting for his life in a war zone. Now, he was an ordinary student in a peaceful world. The wonders of fate made him feel strange. After coming to this world, he had only gone to school for half a day. After that, due to the insectoid invasion and other reasons, he didn't return to school. This time, he truly went to school. He was assigned to Grade 12 Class 1, which was also the best Grade 12 class in Lunka Private High School. Principal Grover had promised Fox Transcendent on this point, so he wouldn't be perfunctory. As for whether a student who put all his energy into cultivation could keep up with Grade 12 Class 1's progress, it wasn't Principal Grover's concern. David would only be in school for a month anyway. He was also taking advantage of the school's quota to participate in the college entrance exam. Even if David scored 0 in all his exams, he wouldn't be able to catch up with Lunka Private High School's credits. David walked up the wooden stairs to the 2nd floor of the 3rd teaching building. This was where Grade 12 Class 1 was located. Looking at the sign of Grade 12 Class 1, David walked into the classroom that wasn't closed. It wasn't time for class yet. The students in the classroom were sitting in their seats, looking at the screen in front of them. The classroom was very quiet. David's entrance immediately made the silence disappear. All the students looked up at David, who was holding a new textbook in his hands in shock. God, this is a transfer student. Where did this godly person come from? I've never seen a transfer student in Grade 12. What kind of relationship is this? No wonder Horsley was kicked out of class yesterday. It was to make room for this godly person. Although the conversation was very soft, it couldn't escape David's ears. David didn't pay attention to these students. He looked at the seat shown on his bracelet and walked over to sit down. This was the only empty seat in the classroom. David didn't know how Principal Grover arranged it. He was only going to be a normal student for a month. He entered the account and password given by his bracelet on the screen in front of him and entered his own teaching system. Then he flipped through a few paper textbooks. When he saw the familiar content, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Lunka Private High School subjects were the same as Planet Monoliths. Although the textbooks weren't the same, the content was similar. He had already grasped all the knowledge. Among his abilities, literature, 2% proficient, mathematics, 5% proficient, and general, 4% proficient, showed that his 3 subjects were equivalent to a senior researcher in each subject. Even normal teachers didn't have as much knowledge as him. This made him feel that his days in Grade 12 would be very easy. "Brother, I'm Moore. What's your name?" A thin male classmate beside David stretched his head over and greeted him with a smile. "Moore, nice to meet you. I'm David." David replied with a smile and a nod. "You're really amazing. You entered our class the moment you came." Moore raised his thumb and then asked, Which school are you going to apply for? I still need to consider. Which school are you going to apply for? David naturally wouldn't say too much to a stranger. He spoke of his plans and asked in return, I'm going to enter Lunka Law School to become a lawyer. Moore patted his chest and replied seriously. David couldn't help but be stunned. Wasn't Lunka Law School a school that only cultural students would apply for? He turned to look at the students in the classroom and realized that none of them were Kaji. There weren't even many whose strength was close to Kaji's. It was obvious that this grade 12-1 was a class for cultural students. At this moment, he also understood Principal Grover's painstaking efforts. He was throwing him into the cultural class so that he wouldn't be able to find anyone to battle, even if he wanted to. The students here weren't even Kaji. If David didn't wish to kill, he probably wouldn't be able to make a move at all. He could easily take a student's life. David shook his head. He wasn't a homicidal maniac. This was a school, so how could he possibly make a move casually? In the past, the other party had always taken the initiative to make a move. It could be considered as him retaliating in self-defense. A series of footsteps came from outside the door, and the classroom immediately fell silent. The discussion that had been triggered by David's appearance earlier had completely disappeared. A middle-aged female teacher walked in from outside the door. She looked at the students, and when she saw David, her expression turned a little grim. If it weren't for Principal Grover's promise that this student wouldn't be included in her teaching grades, she wouldn't have allowed David to enter her class. Students, welcome new student David Kerr. Since we've reached the most critical moment, we won't waste any more time. Today is the time for the weekly test. Students, please open the latest test in front of you. The test for 3 subjects will take 4 hours. Let's begin. Mrs. Delia's introduction to David was very perfunctory as she immediately announced the start of the test. Mrs. Delia had specially changed the test papers for this test, making the scope of the questions wider and more difficult than usual. This was to grasp David's actual learning ability. Even though David had only been in her class for a month, as a teacher, she was still prepared to teach David seriously and do her best to raise David's grades. David opened a new set of questions that had appeared on the screen in front of him. He glanced over them and quickly began to answer the questions. Usually, when he was cultivating and resting, he would also look at the textbook. Coupled with the knowledge that entered his status panel, he wouldn't forget it once he had it. This made it very easy for him to answer the questions. He had absorbed the knowledge of the electronic warfare master, causing his electronic warfare ability to reach 22% perfection. This made his typing speed extremely fast. Mrs. Delia had been paying attention to David's situation. When she saw his fingers rapidly typing, she couldn't help but frown. She didn't think that David was answering the questions. Instead, she thought that David was answering randomly. Mrs. Delia walked to David's side, wanting to see how David would answer randomly. But after a while, Mrs. Delia's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. She had prepared this set of test papers, so she naturally knew the answers. Whether it was multiple choice questions or essay questions, David was typing in a very standard way. During the time that Mrs. Delia stood beside David, David had already answered more than a dozen questions without making a single mistake. Genius, Mrs. Delia thought to herself. At the same time, she remembered that she had told Principal Grover that David's college entrance exam results wouldn't be included in her teaching grade. She now regretted it. She wanted to go back and look for Principal Grover. This kind of student could increase the average score by a few points. If David could really get all the questions correct, or not all of them, as long as he got close to full marks, then according to the scores of previous years, the top scorer of the college entrance exam in Chia City would be David. Mrs. Delia was excited. She resisted the urge to continue watching David answer questions and returned to the podium to continue invigilating the exam. After an hour and a half, Mrs. Delia saw a reminder that the test papers had been submitted. Her heart skipped a beat. She saw that David's answering speed was about the same as submitting the 3 test papers in an hour and a half. She opened the test papers and found that they were David's test papers. At the same time, the teaching system had already corrected the test papers, and the scores were also out. Literature, 150 mathematics, 150 general, 150. Looking at the full marks for all three subjects, Mrs. Delia fell into a daze. Although she had some expectations in her heart, when she saw David's full marks, she still couldn't believe it. The total score for a literature student was 450 and 150 points for each subject. However, let alone 150 points, a normal top student would be considered very good if they could get 130 points. These three subjects contained a huge body of knowledge, and it was very difficult to completely grasp them. Last year's top scorer had gotten 436 points, which was the highest score in recent years. Mrs. Delia didn't wait for the exams to end. She submitted David's results and a request to add David to her teaching grade to Principal Grover. Principal Grover, who was sitting in the principal's office, looked at the results in front of him with a strange expression. Were these still the results that the murderous David could get? Could it be that David practiced physical skills while holding the textbook? At the same time, Principal Grover saw that there would be a top scorer in his school, whether it was the literature exam or the physical skills exam. If David, who had the title of Invincible in the Kaji stage, didn't get first place in the physical skills exam, Principal Grover would doubt the authenticity of the physical skills exam. After all, Invincible in the Kaji stage didn't refer to people of the same generation, but Kaji of all ages. Chapter 235. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the light of the Holy Star was still shining on Chia City. Lunka Private High School had finally let out its classes. Year 12 was also the last year for Lunka Private High School to let out its classes. The rest of the students had finished their classes at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Those who went home, and those who joined interest groups joined interest groups. At 6 o'clock, even the interest groups had dispersed. Because of the afternoon exam, the students of Year 12-1 seemed a little listless. Even Moore, who was usually very talkative, was tidying up his things listlessly. David, on the other hand, didn't have much to pack. He didn't need to take the books with him, so he just left them on his desk. The lock on the desk could only be opened with the owner's identity bracelet, so there was no need to worry about security. Moreover, this was a private high school. Students who could afford such expensive tuition fees wouldn't commit theft. David took another set of school uniform and the clothes he had changed out of and left the classroom. It's him, the newcomer. When he leaves the school gate, all of you attack him together. If you hurt him, it's on me. Under a tree by the school gate, a student who was also wearing Lunka Private High School uniform pointed at David, who was walking towards the gate, and said to 7 or 8 tall people beside him, "We'll listen to young master's orders." The few strong men were obviously adults. The leader of the group smiled and said, Horsley's family owned a hotel. This time, Horsley was kicked out of Year 12-1 and sent to Year 12-6. This made Horsley lose a lot of face in the school. He couldn't afford to offend Lunka Private High School, nor did he dare to be jealous. However, the newcomer was the culprit behind his expulsion. If he didn't do something, how could he maintain a foothold in the school? Lunka Private High School had strict management. Not to mention him, even the most powerful students in the family didn't dare to bring people into the school to cause trouble. Therefore, Horsley got a few security guard from his hotel to stop David here. He didn't want to beat him up too much. He just wanted to vent his anger and let the other students know that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. At first, he was worried that David would come out with the other students. If other students interfered, it would affect his plan. However, David was the first to reach the school gate, which gave him the best opportunity. "Let's go," Horsley shouted excitedly. Just as the 7 or 8 security guard were about to rush forward, a hover car descended from the sky and landed directly in front of the school gate. "Stop!" The leader of the security guards shouted with a wave of his hand when he saw the hover car. His eyes were filled with fear. When David saw him, he smiled more as Horsley's private high school. "David, your clothes fit you so well." James joked. Horsley's is. SSSSS. Hearing David's words, Horsley thought about how a high school student like David had become invincible in Kaji and defeated him. Horsley's smile disappeared, and he waved his hand to invite David. "What can you do for me?" Although he said that, David still got on the hover car. When he was about to get on the hover car, he turned his head and saw a group of burly men surrounding a student. The poor student's mouth was covered by one of the burly men. The student was struggling and resisting. Bullying the weak happens everywhere. David sat in a hover car and shook his head as he sighed. He didn't have any intention of interfering. That student's life was not in danger. He didn't feel any killing intent from the group of burly men. There wasn't even much malice. "He's finally gone. We almost got into trouble." The security guard let go of Horsley's hand and said with cold sweat on his forehead, "Why didn't you do anything? Why'd you let that kid go?" Horsley shouted, "Young master, that was Sir Horsley. He personally came to pick up your classmate from school. We can't afford to offend this kind of person." The security guard explained helplessly. As the security guards of a hotel in the city, they needed to know who they couldn't afford to offend. This was the most basic way of survival. Among them, Horsley was one of the top few. It wasn't that there weren't people with higher authority than Horsley, but they couldn't meet those people. However, Horsley was one of the top youngsters in Kia City. If they offended Horsley, they would be directly attacked by Horsley and the forces behind him. Horsley's classmates, hotel aside, even if their status was twice as high, they wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure from the forces behind Horsley. "Where's this?" David got off the hover car and saw the distinctive architecture of Kia City. It was a building that looked like a crystal palace. He couldn't help but ask Horsley curiously. "This is Kaji's private club. It was built by a friend of mine for friends who like Kaji's battles. It's not open to outsiders." Horsley answered as he led the way. "Kaji's battles can be carried out here?" David looked at the surrounding environment in disbelief. This kind of decoration was as fragile as glass. He estimated that any Kaji would be able to shatter the walls with a single blow. They didn't even need to wear exoskeleton armor. They could do it with just a weapon. Of course, it won't be a direct battle. It will be a battle in a virtual environment," Horsley explained with a smile. He knew that David came from planet Monolith, so it was understandable that David didn't understand these things. How can one display their true strength in a virtual environment? David had built a virtual world himself. He knew very well that the body simulated in a virtual environment couldn't be compared to the real body in many aspects. You'll see how it's done in a while. Horsley didn't explain much and continued to lead the way with a smile. "Welcome, Mr. Horsley." The beautiful lady standing at the front desk greeted Horsley with a smile. Then, when she saw David behind Horsley, she bowed again to David and said, "Welcome. Prepare 2 Kaji's virtual cabins for us." Horsley nodded in response to the front desk and ordered, "Mr. Horsley, you can use Kaji's virtual cabins number 7 and number 8. The lady at the front desk operated the virtual cabins in front of her and said with a smile. Horsley pulled David and led him inside. After passing through the partition behind the front desk, they saw that the inside was like a leisure area. In front of a half-circle sofa was a crystal-like round coffee table. 5 or 6 young people in their 20s to 30s were chatting. "Horsley, you haven't formed a team for this Lunka Cups team competition, right? Why don't you join our team?" A young man with a mustache who was sitting there invited him with a smile. "Key, can't you see that I brought someone here?" Horsley waved his hand and pointed at David behind him. "No way. You're bringing a middle school student to the competition?" The young man called Key looked at David in surprise and said to Horsley. David looked at himself. Horsley blocked the school gate and brought him here right after school. Although he had other clothes, he didn't change out of them. He was still wearing his old-school uniform. It was no wonder that Key found it strange. David's uniform clearly told Key that he was a student of Lunka Private High School. At most, he was a senior. There was a limit to how strong a senior could be. "Let's talk later. I'm going to show my friend around." Horsley apologized. He didn't want to continue the conversation. As they walked further in, David saw many transparent and opaque glass rooms. The virtual cabins could be seen from the transparent rooms. Transparent rooms mean that no one is using them. Opaque rooms mean that someone is using them. Horsley explained as he walked towards room 7. Room 7 and Room 8 were connected. After Horsley brought David into Room 7, he operated the wall. The transparent glass wall between Room 7 and Room 8 split into two, merging the two rooms into one. The two rooms weren't big. They were only 8 square meters in size when combined. There was only one virtual cabin in the room. However, this virtual cabin was more complicated than any that David had seen before. Horsley, can you tell me why you brought me here? David finally couldn't help but ask. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that this year's Runka Cup is about to begin. I made a small bet with someone to get into the top 3 in the Runka Cup. I'm not confident in the solo battle, but with you leading me in the 2-man team battle, let alone the top 3, I should be able to get first place. Jinlise explained with an embarrassed smile. What did you bet on? Give me half of it. David didn't hold back and directly stated his condition. He didn't have any intention of rejecting a battle. Instead, he liked the feeling of accepting a challenge. I'll give you everything as long as I win the bet. I only care about the result. Horsley's eyes flashed when he heard David's words. As a disciple of the transcendent, he didn't care about the bet. What he cared about was his reputation. David didn't want to ask who Horsley made the bet with. He couldn't be bothered. Anyway, it didn't look like a real battle. A battle in the virtual world was basically a game. This is Kaji's virtual cabin? Can it really simulate Kaji's real combat ability? David asked in disbelief as he looked at Kaji's virtual cabin. Kaji's virtual cabin is just a terminal. It actually just scans Kaji's body and simulates it. Abilities like Kaji's special talents are automatically synchronized with the virtual world after Kaji activates it. Horsley explained to David. That's amazing, David said in surprise as he looked at Kaji's virtual cabin. The first time you enter Kaji's virtual cabin, it will scan your body first. It will take some time. After that, it will let you choose a name. You can choose your real name or an automatic nickname. After entering, it will automatically appear beside me. I will guide you in the virtual world, Horsley said to David as he prepared to enter Kaji's virtual cabin. David nodded. He also wanted to see how amazing Kaji's virtual cabin was. David opened the 8th virtual cabin and stood in it. Soon, he felt as if he was wearing exoskeleton armor. In other words, this Kaji's virtual cabin simply simulated the characteristics of exoskeleton armor. Even the pressure on the body was reflected. No wonder it was called Kaji's virtual cabin. If an ordinary person stood in it, their bones would be directly crushed by the pressure. Only Kaji could withstand it. The scanning power scanned David from all sides of Kaji's virtual cabin. After 2 minutes of scanning, David waited for a while, and a choice appeared in front of him. Just like using the exoskeleton armor, David could choose to operate it as long as he concentrated. There were 2 buttons. One was to use the real name, David Kerr, and the other was to automatically generate a nickname according to the user's characteristics. David naturally chose the second one. He had no intention of revealing his real name in the virtual world, especially now that he was very famous. In order to not cause unnecessary trouble, the best choice was to use a nickname. After choosing the second button, David waited for about 5 seconds before a lounge appeared in front of him. Jinlise was waiting there. Your nickname is really special. Jinlise looked at David strangely and said. David also saw the name Gale 12 above Jinlise's head. David knew the origin of this nickname. Jinlise had the speed talent, so Gale was very suitable. It was just that the addition of 12 made it less imposing. However, according to what Jinlise said, David's nickname was probably a bit strange. Just as David was thinking about Jinlise's nickname, he also saw his own nickname. His expression was also very helpless. Above David's head, the word invincible hung above his head. This white name had a kind of insolence. Can I change this name? David looked at the nickname Invincible and asked Jinlise. You can't change it. Skynet determines the most suitable word based on personal information. At the same time, it can't be the same as other people's. This is your nickname in the virtual world. Of course, you can choose to show your real name. Jinlise shook his head and explained. David hesitated for a moment. He did not choose his real name. Although the name Invincible was too conspicuous, He believed that his name David Kerr was just as conspicuous, or even more conspicuous. Skynet really didn't make a wrong choice. It's probably the only name that hasn't been used before. Genlis looked at David's invincible nickname with envious eyes. He also wanted a name without a number, but it was too rare. When Skynet chose the most suitable nickname, if there were many words that were the same, it would add a number to the name to distinguish them. With the hundreds of billions of people in the Elydia star system, just the number of Kaji in the virtual world alone was an astronomical number. The related names have been used many times. For example, Jinli's Gale 12 was considered good. It was normal for some people to have 5 or 6 numbers behind their names. On the other hand, names like David's without a number were very rare. This showed how special it was. Chapter 236. This is the lounge that the club bought in the virtual world. If you use the club's equipment to enter the virtual world, you will automatically arrive here. Of course, you can also buy your own room in the virtual world in the future. That way, you can directly appear in your own room. Genlis introduced the lounge to David. David nodded to show that he understood. Genlis, what can I do here? David looked around the lounge and asked. You can call me by my nickname here. Of course, you can omit the number at the back. Unless the other person is using their real name, don't call someone you know by their real name. Genlis reminded David. Gale, what can I do here? David changed the way he addressed Genlis and asked again. Woody, this isn't a game. The Federation uses Skynet's resources to simulate the virtual world. It's not for Kaji's leisure. So, there are only 2 things you can do here. One is to train your will, and the other is to fight here. Genlis said seriously. David nodded. In his perception, the virtual world was almost the same as the real world. Of course, David couldn't bring the shadow attendant in, but other than the shadow attendant, David found that he could use most of his abilities freely. Most of his abilities were because it was impossible to simulate David's soul fortress, and he couldn't use secret spirit skills. Here, David was able to use his master weapon mastery, the strength of an intermediate warrior, the 2 innate abilities of extreme speed and strength shock, as well as the spirit burst ability, which relied on his high spirit. If this virtual world could really simulate the spiritual arrow of the divine Great Worlds Intelligence Organization, as well as the spiritual slumber of the level 3 arachnid, then David was really worried that his secret would be exposed. To be able to bring in so many abilities, David was already considered to be at his normal level. Woody, you can choose the type of exoskeleton armor and weapon you use here. Genlis said as he came to the wardrobe next to the lounge. David also walked over and found that the wardrobe was more like a display cabinet. As his fingers moved, the exoskeleton armors and weapons were switched one by one. Of course, he could also enter the selection criteria and directly give the selection results. The list he saw was full of free exoskeleton armors and weapons. David chose a land lion exoskeleton armor. Although there were many exoskeleton armors here, they were all standard exoskeleton armors. There were no custom-made options. Perhaps it was because David didn't meet a certain condition or some other reason. Anyway, when David put on a landline exoskeleton armor and held a grade 1 heavy axe, he saw that James was wearing a custom-made exoskeleton armor and holding a grade 2 heavy axe. David didn't see any tier 2 heavy axes in his wardrobe. As a result, the gap between him and his opponent had widened. Woody used the standard exoskeleton armor first. When you win the battle, you will be awarded some points. These points can be used to customize the exoskeleton armor. Points are a little difficult to obtain, so I can't help you with the exoskeleton armor. However, I can give you a grade 2 heavy axe. Genlis said as he operated the exoskeleton armor. He took out a grade 2 heavy axe from the wardrobe and handed it to David. It was not easy to obtain points here. He was a pinnacle Kaji. He had to start an official battle with other pinnacle Kaji. Only after he won would he be able to obtain points. Only new opponents would give him points, which made it even harder to obtain points. Only by fighting someone of a higher level could the points be doubled. However, a pinnacle Kaji couldn't fight someone of a higher level. Was he supposed to fight against the transcendent? Therefore, Jinli's points were accumulated over a long period of time. He was the one who invited David to participate in the Lenka Cup. Without a Grade 2 weapon, David couldn't unleash his full potential. This was also a necessary investment. If I have points, can I get a higher level weapon? David asked as he took the Grade 2 heavy axe. That's impossible. A Grade 3 weapon costs an astronomical amount of points. No one can exchange for it. Skynet won't allow something like this to happen. Jinlis replied as he shook his head. David returned the Grade 1 heavy axe and carried the Grade 2 heavy axe on his back. No one would recognize him after he put on his helmet. Let's go. I'll bring you to the registration, Jinlis said as he came to the door of the lounge and operated it. David saw Jinlis enter the keyword Lenka Cup registration. Jinlis then pushed the door open. Behind the door was an office hall. The words Lenka Cup registration floated in the air above the office hall. This was the convenience of the virtual world. As long as the location of the target was determined, it could be reached in an instant. The registration hall was filled with Kaji in exoskeleton armor. Some of their faces were exposed, but most of them were wearing helmets. There were 20 teams lined up. Jinlis and David were standing at the back of one of the teams. Why do we need to line up? David asked curiously. In a virtual world like this, all one needed to do to register was to send out an application. Other than the fact that you don't need to rush, this virtual world does its best to ensure that everything is real. You can see this place as an extension of the real world. Jinlis explained softly. When the two of them walked in, they were the last Kaji to line up. No one noticed them. However, when the new Kaji saw the nickname above David's head, he couldn't help but scream. What an arrogant name! As the Kaji screamed, hundreds of Kaji in the registration hall looked in their direction. Similarly, they also saw the nickname Invincible above David's head. Everyone looked at David strangely. What kind of Kaji was worthy of the nickname Invincible? Because of the realism of the virtual world, no Kaji dared to cause trouble in the registration hall. Therefore, the scene was a little chaotic. However, no Kaji dared to cause trouble for David. There was only a lot of discussion. Registration for the two-man team competition. After waiting for a while, Jinlis and David finally arrived. Jinlis said to the staff at the registration hall, "Invincible, why don't you sign up for the individual competition? If you win, other than the points reward, you will also be rewarded with training resources. Usually, it will be a certain amount of level 2 strengthened meat. Sometimes, there will even be level 3 strengthened meat." Jinlis encouraged David. Are you talking about the cultivation resources in the real world? David's heart stirred as he asked. Of course, it's the training resources in the real world. In the virtual world, it's useless to give you a bunch of strengthened meat. Jinlis replied with a smile. Okay, I'll sign up for the individual competition. However, I still have to attend classes. I'm afraid I won't have time. David said helplessly. Don't worry. The competition is held at night. It will be difficult for others to find time to participate during the day. Jinlis said to David with a smile. Then he said to the staff, sign him up for the individual competition. The staff confirmed the two's information and entered it. David quickly saw 2 rows of words appear in front of him. One of them said that he had successfully signed up for the two-man team competition, and the other said that he had successfully signed up for the individual competition. Just as he was checking the information, a series of new messages appeared. Challenge for Violent Bear, 1865. Challenge from Justice. Challenge for Moving Steel, 172. David received no less than 50 challenge messages. He could not help but be stunned. What was going on? Woody, why are you spacing out? Let's sign up. I'll take you to spar and let you familiarize yourself with virtual combat. Jinlis said as he patted David's shoulder. Gale, I've received a bunch of challenge messages. David said as he turned to Jinlis. That's not surprising. With this name, you'll receive challenge messages wherever you go. You can ignore them. You won't lose points if you don't accept challenges. However, it's a good thing that people are challenging you. Jinli said with a smile as he looked around. He knew where these challenges were coming from. Can I get points if I want to challenge? David had heard Jinlees mention this before, so he had some guesses. Yes, if you win a challenge of the same level, you'll get 1 point, and if you lose, you'll lose 0. 5 points. If you lose, your points will be negative. You won't even be able to receive free equipment unless you spend credits to clear it. This is the only way to use credits to affect your points. If you win a challenge of a higher level, you'll get 2 points for each level and 3 points for each level. Jinlees continued to explain. What's the point of having points? I haven't seen anything that can be bought with points, David asked again. Only when you have enough points to buy the item will the item be displayed. You have 0 points, so of course you can't see it. Points can be used to buy a lot of things in the virtual world. For example, you can buy your own room in the virtual world, customize equipment, buy teaching materials, and even book a battle with a strong fighter. Points can also be used to buy items in the real world. For example, you can buy Kaji's virtual cabin, customize exoskeleton armor, buy various levels of strength and meat, and other cultivation resources. Even top-grade items like the Transcendent Potion can be exchanged with points. The premise is that you have enough points. When Jinlees talked about the use of points, his eyes lit up. Even if he was a Transcendent disciple, there were some precious items that made him jealous. For example, items that could increase the chances of becoming a Transcendent or exoskeleton armor designed by a top-notch designer were not things that could be bought with points alone. David was also very tempted, but when he heard about Kaji's virtual cabin, he could not help but feel strange. This Kaji's virtual cabin isn't that hard to get, right? Why'd I have to exchange it with points? David asked curiously. If the Kaji's virtual cabin was easy to get, why would I come here to use it? Jinlees shook his head and continued to explain. Every Kaji's virtual cabin consumes precious resources from Skynet, so Kaji's virtual cabins are mostly used in public places. If you want to get an exclusive Kaji's virtual cabin, the amount of points required is enough to make people despair. Fortunately, the Elidia star system was a peaceful star system, so Skynet here did not need to consume a large amount of resources for defense like Skynet in a war zone. In addition, there were more resources here, and they were easier to obtain, so Skynet's computing power was extremely powerful, which was why it was able to support the existence of Kaji's virtual worlds. It should be noted that every Kaji's real combat power had to be reflected, and the amount of real-time computing required was beyond imagination. In order to maximize the possibility of creating a realistic virtual reality, so that ordinary Kajis would have real combat experience, the Interstellar Federation had invested a frightening amount of resources into Kaji's virtual worlds. The Kajis here were not like the Kajis on planet Monolith, where they would encounter insectoids as soon as they stepped out of the city. There was never a lack of combat. Kajis needed battles to grow, and Kaji's destructive power made it extremely dangerous for Kajis to fight in the real world. One wrong move could result in death, and that was how Kaji's virtual worlds were created. In order to prevent the proliferation of Kaji's virtual cabins and to prevent the expensive Skynet resources from being wasted, Kaji's virtual cabins were exclusive items. Only public places that applied for a legal license could obtain a Kaji's virtual cabin. Due to the large number of Kajis, in order to not cause dissatisfaction among the Kaji's community, no matter how powerful one was, they could not privately purchase a Kaji's virtual cabin. This was restricted by the relevant laws. Compared to a war zone like Planet Monolith, the laws in a peaceful area were still very strict. Even the Transcendent did not dare violate the law. The two talked as they walked until they reached the entrance of the registration hall. It was still up to James to choose. He stopped his finger on the door and turned to David. James suddenly thought of a good idea and said, "Woody, I don't think it's a good time for you to accept challenges now. I'll take you to places where many Kajis appear. There will definitely be more Kajis challenging you. When a number of challenges increases, you can accept them one by one. By then, they will know how strong you are, and they won't be able to withdraw even if they want to. You can earn a lot of points." James felt that with David's strength, he was recognized by the war zone's military as invincible among Kaji. Although he was not sure if David was really invincible among Kajis, At least James was one of the stronger ones among the peak Kaji. David's chances of winning against these Kajis were above 95%. In addition, David was only at the intermediate level. Most of the challenges against Kajis were higher-level challenges, so he could earn more points. Does the virtual world of Kaji allow this? David asked hesitantly. If he accepted the challenges with his real identity, David would hesitate. However, he was treating this place as a game, so he did not have too many concerns. Moreover, points could be exchanged for resources. The exoskeleton armor he had previously customized could only be considered suitable due to the material. When he faced a strong enemy, he would always choose the luxurious exoskeleton armor he obtained from the Transcendent spaceship that was reinforced with second-grade materials. If he had a lot of points, he could customize the exoskeleton armor and obtain better training resources. This was a good thing. Chapter 237. Don't worry, Invincible. I won't harm you. You're the key to me winning the two-man team competition. Seeing that David had agreed, James said with a smile. He also wanted David to have a lot of points. That way, David could customize the most suitable exoskeleton armor. In a battle between the strong, the quality of the exoskeleton armor had a lot to do with it. Perhaps this slight difference could be the difference between victory and defeat. After James finished speaking, he pressed a few buttons with his fingers and opened the door. He then walked out with David. After entering and exiting, David came to the side of a huge pyramid-like building. Compared to the majesty of the pyramids, the sky and the surrounding scenery were somewhat perfunctory. The sky was very blue, but it was so clean that there were no clouds. The surrounding scenery was blurry. One could tell at a glance that it was fake. The resources here are used where necessary. Don't worry about the surrounding scenery. This is the Bug Tower. It's where Kaji familiarize themselves with fighting the Zergs. James introduced to David. There were many Kaji here. Many of them were chatting. Their eyes were focused on the 10-meter square display in front of the Bug Tower. Why are there so many Kaji? David looked around at the Kaji and realized that none of the Kaji had noticed him. He took this opportunity to continue asking. Many Kaji will train here for a long time before they enter the military to gain experience against the Zergs. According to the military's report, Kaji who have experience against the Zergs have a survival rate 10 times higher than Kaji who have no experience. That's why it's so lively here, James explained patiently. David and James squeezed forward. They arrived in front of the display amidst the complaints of some Kaji. The display was divided into many small screens. It showed the live broadcast of the battle inside. Beside it was a summary of the battle results. On the far left of the display, there was a ranking. There were 10 names from top to bottom, followed by the battle results. This guy's name is Invincible. Perhaps because David had squeezed the front, Kaji saw the name above David's head and pointed at it and shouted. How could the Skynet give such an arrogant name? A Kaji shouted in dissatisfaction. The Kaji here seemed to be more impulsive. When David saw the challenge message, it was like a flood. Woody, how's it going? Jinlis asked with a smile. Including the previous challenge invitations, there are already 123 challenge invitations, and it's still increasing. David checked and replied. Looks like it's about time. Any more, and it will affect your participation in the competition. The preliminary round will start tomorrow night. I'll go to the school to pick you up. Jinlis said with satisfaction when he heard the challenge number. One had to know that challenges were risky. Points could only be gained if one won a challenge, and 0. 5 points would be lost if one failed. For most of the Kajis with average combat strength, points were never enough. Among the Kaji who saw the name, Invincible knew the rules of the Skynet and had the courage to make a challenge request. Only a confident Kaji would have the courage to do so. I have classes tomorrow. I can't play too late tonight, David said after some thought. When Jinlis heard David say the word play, the corner of his mouth twitched. David actually treated a serious challenge between Kajis and Akajis as a joke. I'll let you know that the number 8 Kaji's immersive cabin will be reserved for you these few nights. It'll end at 11 p.m. You'll have enough time to go back and rest. Jinlis helped David arrange it. "Thank you," David said gratefully. "No need. I'm the one troubling you. You can accept the challenge yourself," Jinlis said with a wave of his hand. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, "Right, Amy is a friend first. That way, I can watch your battle directly." David found a location to add friends and added Jinlis as a friend. He then opened the challenge list and selected the first Kaji named Violent Bear 1865 from top to bottom. This Kaji's name was green, indicating that he was in the Kaji's immersive world. David clicked to accept the challenge. His figure instantly disappeared from where he was, and then he appeared in a 20 by 20 ring. In front of him was a display showing that the challenge was pending, followed by a 30-second countdown. If the other party did not respond, then David would win. This was the right of the challenged. Without waiting for 30 seconds, a figure appeared on the other side of the ring in less than 10 seconds. A 5-second countdown appeared in the middle of the ring. David knew that the battle was about to begin. Just as the battle was about to begin, the side of the ring flashed, and the spectator stand appeared. Jinlis was sitting on the spectator stand and watching. "Come on, Woody, kill him," Jinlis shouted. Violent Bear 1865 glanced at Jinlis and the name above his head. He knew very well what a name with Gale at the beginning meant. It was the name of someone with a talent for speed. As long as it was recorded in the official archives that Kaji had a talent for speed, then it would automatically be named Gale. As for the number behind it, it could be increased by challenging a higher number. Being able to have a number 12 showed that Jinlis was ranked among the Kaji who had a talent for speed. Of course, this ranking was not necessarily accurate. This was because there were some talents for speed that Kaji would not be recorded in the official archives. Perhaps he had even more glorious deeds that surpassed the fame of a talent for speed. Or perhaps Kaji simply did not care about the ranking and did not participate in the challenge. But no matter what, Jinlis had terrifying strength and was worthy of Violent Bear 1865's attention. As for the Woody that Jinlis had his eyes on, Violent Bear 1865 paid even more attention to it. Violent Bear 1865 took down the rank 2 war hammer from his back. Before the countdown ended, he roared at David. Following this roar, his aura suddenly rose. He was like a giant bear that was about to devour a person. David looked at the densely packed challenges. He knew that he did not have time to slowly fight. It seemed that he had to get serious. David also took down the rank 2 war axe from his back. His mental power instantly erupted. At the same time, he released his killing intent without any hesitation. In the real world, after David massacred the Thunder and Lightning mercenary group and the assassination team, he didn't unleash his full killing intent. Firstly, it was because he didn't meet a worthy opponent. Secondly, he realized that after killing hundreds of soldiers, his killing intent was almost tangible. If he casually unleashed it, it would greatly affect his opponents. David also wanted to test the effects of his killing intent. Now that he was in the virtual world, he did not have to worry about the consequences. Violent Bear 1865's aura was at its peak. Just as the countdown ended and he was about to charge forward, he felt a chill down his spine. All the hair on his body stood on end. It was as if he had met his natural enemy. His muscles stiffened and he instinctively wanted to escape. This could not be blamed on Violent Bear 1865. If he was the Kaji of the war zone, this situation would definitely not happen. The Kaji who grew up in a peaceful area had never experienced a true life and death situation. Facing this kind of dense killing intent, he would definitely not be able to adapt. David did not wait for Violent Bear 1865 to recover. He charged forward and beheaded him with his axe. Violent Bear 1865 didn't even have the chance to resist before he was killed. Violent Bear 1865's body turned into a white light and disappeared. David looked at the information in front of him and saw that there was an additional 2 points. Violent Bear 1865 was a high-grade Kaji. David killing him could be considered as killing someone of a higher grade. At this moment, James forgot to shout. He was also shocked by the sudden appearance of the killing intent. Although James had participated in a few missions and personally killed Zergs and Kaji, when David's killing intent approached him, he was momentarily stunned. James was extremely glad that David didn't use killing intent when he fought with him. Otherwise, he might have ended up like Violent Bear 1865 on the spot. One must know that he was sitting in the audience. David's killing intent was not directed at him. Do you want to leave the arena or continue to accept challenges? A line of words appeared in front of David. David did not hesitate and chose to continue to accept challenges. He then accepted the challenge of the second Kaji. A few seconds later, a new Kaji appeared in the arena. On the Kaji forum of Lunka Planet, a piece of news appeared. Kaji Virtual World, surprising nickname, Invincible. Is he really invincible or Skynet's joke? Because the Kaji Virtual World that David entered was within the range of Lunka Planet, most of the Kaji that saw David were Kaji from Lunka Planet. In this Kaji Virtual World, there were very few foreign Kaji. Although the Kaji Virtual World was connected and one could go to the Kaji Virtual World of any planet with points, very few people did so. Unless one was on Lunka Planet. The points obtained in the Kaji Virtual World of Lunka Planet could not be used to exchange for items in the real world. Lunka Planet would not exchange its precious resources with a foreign Kaji, not even a Kaji from the same star field. Therefore, when Invincible appeared in the Kaji Virtual World, it only affected Lunka Planet. But even so, it was enough to shock countless armored soldiers. The title of Invincible, and it was the title of Invincible that was recognized by the Skynet. What kind of soldier could obtain such a title? Many Kaji wanted to know who Invincible was and what his actual combat strength was. David casually finished off the Kaji in front of him with a swing of his axe. This kind of Kaji was not even an elite. David did not even need to activate his ability. He could easily kill him with the strength of a heavy axe master. This was the 15th challenge that David had accepted. Other than the 2 offline challenges that were reset, the results of the other 13 challenges to Kaji were all instant kills. At first, only Jean Leasy was watching the match, but gradually, more and more people were watching. Now, there were no empty seats. David also obtained 28 points. Most of these Kaji were high-ranking warriors, and there were even a few peak-level Kaji. Invincible! Invincible! The enthusiasm of the audience was high. It was rare to see a battle where everyone was instantly killed. The powerful Kaji would not allow others to watch their battle. David did not know how to block it, so there were more and more spectators. Just as David was about to accept the next challenger, he received a message from Jean Leasy. Invincible! Set up the battle. Apart from your friends, you can pay 0.1 points to watch the battle. David was stunned when he saw this. He did not like people shouting beside him during a battle. It made him feel like he was performing. Following Jean Leasy's instructions, he chose to pay for the battle. Instantly, the audience was cleared, and only Jean Leasy was left. When the audience was chased out, their hearts were also in a daze. Their cheers, their enthusiasm, it was like playing the lute to a cow. When I wanted to enter again, they found that there was a fee option. Although the fee was not much, only 0.1 points, paying to watch the battle dissuaded many Kaji. There were also many curious Kaji. When David accepted a new challenge, half of the audience seats were filled with Kaji. There were 334 people in the audience. David obtained 7 points, but he still had to pay half of the fee. However, David was very satisfied. One had to know that he would not get more than 3 points per battle. A Kaji called Boyd 1 appeared in the arena. He was unlucky to have a duplicate name, so he had a serial number after his name. This was a peak-level Kaji. He was over 50 years old and had a lot of battle experience. This kind of Kaji was the backbone of Planet Lunka. He had served in the military on Planet Battle, honed himself through life and death situations, and had the time to improve himself. Although Boyd 1 had a serial number, he was also a very famous Kaji because the other Kaji, Boyd 1, was one of the top 100 Kaji on Planet Lunka. Although Boyd 1 did not defeat Boyd 1 and obtain the rights to a name without a serial number, his strength was second only to Boyd 1. Boyd 1, kill Invincible. As soon as Boyd 1 appeared, he heard shouts from the audience seats. The audience, who had spent a lot of points, was very excited when they saw Boyd 1 appear. It was very worth it to see Invincible defeated for 0.1 points. When the 5-second countdown started, Boyd 1, who was also holding a heavy axe, saw David raise his heavy axe high. His expression changed, and he did not hesitate. When the 5-second countdown ended, he retreated as fast as he could and put up a defensive posture with his heavy axe. Damn it, this is Master Heavy Axe. Which senior came to the virtual world? Boyd 1 thought to himself as he retreated. Although the Kaji virtual world did not explicitly prohibit Kaji who were over 100 years old. In fact, even Kaji who were over 50 years old rarely appeared. The reason was that the Kaji virtual world was built to nurture Kaji. It consumed a lot of resources to let the young Kaji grow. The more powerful a Kaji was, the more computing resources Skynet would consume when they entered the Kaji virtual world. If a transcendent entered the Kaji virtual world, the computing resources consumed during the battle would be more than 100,000 Kaji. Therefore, there were very few real senior powerhouses in the Kaji virtual world. The Kaji virtual world also cleaned up its resources regularly. Kaji who had not logged in for more than 5 years would have their information erased. The saved resources would be given to the Kaji who needed them. Chapter 238. David admired Boyd 1's decisiveness, but he didn't want to waste time. He also noticed that the stamina he expended during a battle would be replenished automatically after the battle. David didn't hesitate to use his own ability. He activated his extreme speed talent, and his body turned into a blur. The rank 2 heavy axe in Kieran's hand swept across Boyd 1's neck. Even though Boyd 1 wanted to dodge, he couldn't dodge the blurry heavy axe. The 65% perfect heavy axe mastery and the bonus of extreme speed created an unimaginable amount of damage. Is Invincible really invincible? The audience exclaimed when they saw Boyd 1 turn into a white light and disappear. Boyd 1 was considered an elite among Kaji, but even he couldn't withstand Invincible's attack. While the audience was still in shock, they were chased out of the ring again. The 0.1 points could only be used to watch one battle. David looked at his 47 points with satisfaction. The battle would end at 11, so David continued to accept challenges without hesitation. On the Kaji forum of Lunka Planet, Boyd 1 posted a post that caused a lot of controversy among Kaji. Invincible is an older heavy axe master. Many Kaji, especially Kaji who watched the battle live, wanted to complain to Skynet about Invincible's behavior. They wanted to expose Invincible's true identity and ruin his reputation. However, some Kaji objected. They believed that Skynet wouldn't give the title of Invincible to an older intermediate Kaji heavy axe master. All kinds of arguments appeared on the forum, and David's challenge attracted more Kaji. David also didn't understand why there were still batches of soldiers who paid to enter the spectator stand to watch the battle for only 10 seconds, even though he had set up a charging model. After watching the battle, which was like an adult bullying a child, the Kaji who watched the battle came to the forum and joined the crusade against Invincible. Competing with young Kaji for resources made many Kaji angry. Their angry cries attracted the attention of Skynet's supervisors. Skynet's supervisors didn't have the authority to find out Invincible's identity. His identity was protected by the law. Unless there was a document from the court, Skynet wouldn't reveal his identity. Although Invincible's identity couldn't be revealed, his approximate age could still be found. Invincible is the younger Kaji. Kaji's virtual world is operating normally. Kaji's virtual world gave an official response, ending the matter of Invincible's identity. But this made the Kaji even more crazy. A young Kaji was defeating all the Kaji challengers. David's challenge arena had more spectators, which made David doubt what Jen Lee said about the difficulty of earning points. Although 0.1 points wasn't much, and Skynet deducted half of the processing fee, it still made a mickle. With a large number of viewers, David's points income suddenly increased. David finished the battles at an average speed of 30 seconds per battle. The more victories he had, the more enthusiastic the spectators were. After defeating 100 Kaji challengers, almost all the spectators were full. After there were no more doubts, all the spectators shouted the word invincible loudly. David's challenge list didn't decrease because of the 100 battles. Instead, it increased. Many young experts wanted to fight invincible. Even if they were killed in seconds, they wanted to feel the gap between them and the Super Kaji, who was called invincible by Skynet. Genlis, who had been watching the battles, had a mental breakdown. He saw David defeating all the Kaji challengers, both familiar and unfamiliar. He also saw that David also had a speed talent and was faster than him. This kind of ruthless suppression in terms of strength made Genlis doubt his own strength once again. Transcendent Fox's persuasion was completely unfounded. But when David increased the number of battles to 300, Genlis calmed down. How could he compare to such a freak? At 11 o'clock, David's set time was up, and he had fought more than 500 battles. David looked at his points, which had reached 32,509 points. He stopped accepting the challenge again and greeted James. Invincible, you're not going to challenge anymore? After leaving the ring, the two of them reappeared in the lounge where they came from. Genlis asked with some regret. In Genlis's opinion, today's incident was definitely an accident of passion. So many Kaji challengers had spent points to watch David's battle. It was definitely hyped. This was not David's doing, but the whole process of the incident had been unintentionally hyped by Kaji challengers. First of all, the nickname Invincible had stirred up the heartstrings of every Kaji challenger who saw this nickname. Invincible was the dream of every Kaji. But when this dream title appeared on a Kaji, that kind of curiosity would become uncontrollable. And David was also fighting with an invincible momentum. Every time he killed, the Kaji challengers would pay attention to whether or not they could kill him again. The impulse made the Kaji challengers chase after David's battle. Perhaps after today, many Kaji challengers would regret it, because they would find that their points were ruthlessly reduced by a lot. It's already 11 o'clock. I should go back. I still have classes tomorrow. David said with a smile. He didn't treat those 500 battles as real battles, but as a game, just like the battle games in his previous life. But David did not think about what a game meant to the Kaji challengers of this world. I'll pick you up after school tomorrow. Genlis reminded him again. Okay, let me see what I can exchange my point for first. David said with a smile as he came to the wardrobe. He activated the wardrobe again and found a large number of items that he had not seen before. A Kaji exoskeleton armor in the virtual world cost 100 points. This exchange price was indeed very expensive, and it was the reward of 100 battles. And it could not be repeated, which made the points even more difficult to obtain. David also found the price of the Kaji virtual cabin. The price of 15,000 points was really a sky-high price. David also found the price of the heart of the king. At 20,000 points, there were probably very few people who could exchange for it. He also found a custom-made exoskeleton armor in the real world. He chose the best conditions and used second-grade materials for the important parts of the armor. It was personally designed and made by Master Macintosh exoskeleton armor designer. He had to negotiate with Master Macintosh face-to-face, and the cost was 3,000 points. In addition, second-grade strength and meat was 1,000 points per month, and third-grade strength and meat was 10,000 points per month. When David really looked at the items that could be exchanged, he found that the items that he was interested in all cost a lot of points. However, he was not stingy with his points. No matter how many points he had, they were just numbers, and they were only his strength. First, he chose the custom-made exoskeleton armor, both in the virtual world and in the real world. Then, he bought third-grade strength and meat for a month. Just these 3 items alone cost him 13,100 points. David was prepared to slowly exchange all his points for strength and meat to increase his strength and constitution quickly. This was the reason why people like Genlis and Anita were already at the pinnacle of warrior. This was the importance of resources. As the main planet of the Iridia star system, Lunka planet was much richer than the monolith planet. Therefore, as the disciples of Transcendent Fox, they were treated much better than David. Large amounts of top-grade resources allowed them to quickly complete the growth process of their strength and enter the process of Kaji's constitution accumulation, waiting to be promoted to a Transcendent. The gap between David and the Kaji was a matter of resources. He had grown too late, so he needed a large amount of top-grade resources to catch up with the Kaji. How was it? What did you exchange for? Jinlis waited beside him. He did not ask how many points David had obtained. Instead, he was interested in what he had exchanged for. I exchanged for custom-made exoskeleton armor, one in the virtual world, one in the real world, and some strengthened meat to speed up my training. David did not hide anything and replied with a smile. Kaji, hurry up and get through the Kaji Transcendent. It's best if you reach the pinnacle before the age of 30. That way, you can accumulate enough resources to be promoted to a Transcendent before the age of 50. Jinlis nodded. In terms of Transcendent promotion, Jinlis had more knowledge than the Galen Transcendent. The Galen Transcendent had too little resources, or rather, the monolith government's resources were too shallow. Is it impossible to be promoted to a Transcendent after the age of 50? David asked curiously. After the age of 50, Kaji's body is basically fixed. It lacks vitality, which will affect the success rate of being promoted to a Transcendent. This is not a secret. Many legacies have the corresponding summary, Jinlis explained with a smile. Jinlis's words made David even more determined to improve himself quickly. He did not lack combat power now, but strength and constitution. In this regard, his growth was much faster than the normal Kaji, but compared to the Kaji who had access to top-grade information, he was still too slow. It's a pity that the Kaji immersive cabin is too expensive. David sighed as he closed the wardrobe. You saw the Kaji immersive cabin. Although Jinlis knew that there were many spectators, he had been attracted by David's battle and did not pay attention to the number of spectators. Now that he heard David mention the Kaji immersive cabin, he knew the number of points needed to buy the Kaji immersive cabin. Jinlis had never seen a Kaji immersive cabin that cost 15,000 points. He had only heard of it. However, David had only been in the Kaji immersive world for less than 6 hours, and he already had points that Jinlis did not have even after years of hard work. 15,000 points to buy the Kaji immersive cabin, and half of the points are gone. David was still lamenting, and Jinlis's heart was beating faster. When you have more points in the future, if you want to buy the Kaji immersive cabin again, you must save the points and buy treasures that increase the chances of being promoted before you become a Transcendent. Jinlis reminded David, Okay, it's getting late. I'm going to quit. David looked at the time again. Without him noticing, another 10 minutes had passed. This was beyond the time he had expected. After exiting the Kaji immersive world, David opened the Kaji immersive cabin number 8 and walked out. Other than being a little tired, his body was no different from when he entered. His stamina had not decreased. David, I'll send you back, Jinlis said as he also came out of the Kaji immersive cabin. David did not refuse. He was not familiar with the environment here, and it was troublesome even to take public transportation. David only returned home at 11:30. He could not rest yet, so he called the shadow attendant and transferred his soul into the shadow attendant's body. He spent all his mental energy on cultivating the crystal meditation before falling asleep in extreme mental exhaustion. The next day, he woke up early to cultivate and drove the hover car to school at 8 o'clock. Lunka Private High School started school at 9 o'clock. However, because David was in his 3rd year of high school, he started half an hour earlier. David also walked into the classroom at 8:30 sharp. Almost all the students had already arrived. Even teacher Delia was sitting in front of the classroom. When she saw David, she revealed a rare smile. Teacher Delia was not strict with students with good grades. Otherwise, if David entered the classroom on time, although he was not late, he would still be criticized by Teacher Delia for his learning attitude. Teacher Delia actually didn't criticize you. Muir, who was sitting at the next table, said softly when he saw David sit down, I'm not late. David looked at Muir strangely and retorted. Muir revealed a look of disdain. However, when he saw Teacher Delia looking over, he did not intend to point out the difference. David, you have to be careful these days. Horsley, who was kicked away because of your arrival, might find trouble with you. Muir was still very warm-hearted as he reminded him. Thank you for the reminder, but it's okay. I'm not afraid of trouble. David replied with a smile. Be quiet. The results of yesterday's exam have been sent to your screens, including your ranking in your class and year. Compared to your previous ranking, have you improved or regressed? The college entrance examination is less than a month away. You don't have much time left. You must persevere until the end and work hard to become a successful person. Teacher Delia's words made all the students sit up straight. Here, I would like to praise the new student, David. He scored full marks in 3 subjects and became the first in his class and year. I hope all the students can learn from him. Teacher Delia looked at David again and said loudly, Wow! The students sighed and looked at David as if they were looking at a monster. Chapter 239. In the morning, David's identity bracelet received a message that a month's supply of level 3 strengthened meat was about to be delivered. David's location was required. A month's supply of level 3 strengthened meat was worth 10,000 points. It was already considered a cultivation resource for the Transcendent. If he did not use his points to exchange, David would not be able to purchase it even if he had credits. This month's supply of level 3 strengthened meat, even for the 3 disciples of Transcendent Fox, they would at most be given 1 or 2 days' worth of level 3 strengthened meat when they broke through to the next realm. It was impossible for them to give out an entire month's supply of level 3 strengthened meat like this. Even for the Forks Transcendent, this amount of level 3 strengthened meat was an extremely luxurious cultivation resource. Hence, David did not dare to let his guard down. He could only send his current location over. He had to personally receive this kind of resource. The person delivering the goods would need his identity bracelet to confirm the acceptance. Teacher Delia, I would like to ask for half an hour's leave. David walked to the lectern and said to Teacher Delia, David, are you not feeling well? I'll send you to the infirmary, Teacher Delia said as she looked at David with concern. Teacher, I'm not leaving the school. There's a package that's about to be delivered. I'm going to receive it. David directly explained the reason. I heard that you're here alone. If you have any packages in the future, you can ask the security guard to help you receive them. Teacher Delia was very easy to talk to. She even gave David a suggestion. David walked out of the classroom and quickly went downstairs. On his identity bracelet, there was a countdown for the delivery of the package. There was only 1 minute left before it would arrive. He could not possibly receive the package in the school building. That would alarm the students who were studying diligently. He jogged to the field. At this moment, an armed hover car flew towards him from the sky. The armed hover car seemed to confirm his position in the air. Then it descended towards David and stopped beside him. Are you Mr. David Kerr? A staff member in a government uniform jumped down from the driver's seat and asked David. He didn't look down on David just because he was wearing a school uniform. A person who could transport goods with this level of security couldn't be an ordinary person. The item was confidential, and he didn't know what it was. He only knew that it needed to be delivered to David. Yes, David nodded. Please activate your identity bracelet. I need to confirm your identity. The staff member continued. David released the identification authority of the ID bracelet, and the staff came forward to scan it, then nodded to the armed hover car behind him. Only then did the rear compartment of the armed hover car open. David noticed that the rear compartment was not connected to the driver's compartment. Furthermore, the rear compartment of the armed hover car was very thick. It was at the level of heavy armor. The rear compartment wasn't big. It could only fit 6 people. 4 Kaji wearing exoskeleton armor sat in the compartment. One of the Kaji had a grade 2 chain attached to his wrist. It was connected to a metal box surrounded by 4 Kaji. David looked at the level of security and was extremely surprised. Among the 4 Kaji, 2 were peak-level Kaji, and the other two were high-level Kaji. For Kaji with grade 2 weapons on their backs, it was very rare to see them escorting goods with such strength. In addition, it was very rare for David to see a chain made of grade 2 materials. A box protected by grade 2 materials was very precious. Mr. David, please use your ID bracelet to open the security box. Your goods are in the box. One of the Kaji said to David. David went forward and scanned the metal box protected by 4 Kaji with his ID bracelet. The metal box's surface flashed with David's identity information. Then a line of green text flashed, confirming the identity of the consignee, opening the security box. Following that, the security box made a crisp sound. The box automatically separated to the left and right. At that moment, the metal box emitted a faint blue light. It was the light of the metal box's internal material. This security box was also made of second-grade materials. Most people wouldn't be able to open it even if they got their hands on it. In the faint blue light, an even smaller white box was revealed. David recognized this box. It was a small refrigerator that used krypton as its energy source. It could keep the items inside at a low temperature for a long time. Mr. David, we don't have the authority to open the security box. We also don't have the authority to inspect the items inside. You can take a look and see if it's your goods. If you have any questions, please raise them in person. Kaji reminded when he saw David pick up the small refrigerator. Please wait a moment. David nodded and said. He then carried the small refrigerator to the side. The 4 Kaji and the driver turned around. David couldn't help but be impressed by the delivery company's professionalism. The small refrigerator also required David's ID bracelet to open. After verifying his identity again, David opened the small refrigerator. There were 30 transparent sealed bags neatly stacked inside. He could see the grade 3 strengthened meat inside. A portion of grade 3 strengthened meat was not big. It was about the size of a normal steak. However, even with the transparent seal bags, David could feel that the grade 3 strengthened meat was not ordinary. He didn't know how long the grade 3 strengthened meat had been stored, but the strengthened meat was still moving slightly, as if it was alive. The grade 3 strengthened meat was produced in the body of a grade 3 Zerg. There were only 2 pieces of grade 3 strengthened meat. A month's worth of grade 3 strengthened meat would require at least 2 grade 3 Zergs to be able to obtain such a portion. It was not hard to imagine why a month's worth of grade 3 strengthened meat could be exchanged for 10,000 points. There's no problem with the goods. David closed the small refrigerator and said to the 4 Kaji, Mr. David, please use your ID bracelet to confirm the receipt of the goods. Please give a service evaluation. Kaji used his ID bracelet to display a screen and said to David. David looked at it. This was similar to the service industry in his previous life. After confirming the receipt of the goods, he would give a review. He was very satisfied with the service of the delivery company and gave them the highest rating. The armed hover car flew into the sky. David carried the small refrigerator and looked at the time. It had only been 10 minutes. He could not bring the small refrigerator back to the classroom. He carried the small refrigerator to the school gate and explained to the security guard that he had to put the goods in the hover car. The security guard here was easy to communicate with. The security guard accompanied David to the school gate. David operated his ID bracelet, and the hover car automatically flew over from where it was parked. David nodded to the security guard and entered the hover car. He would not really put the small refrigerator in the hover car. Instead, he asked the shadow attendant to keep it in his spatial ring. The school was a public place. He did not dare to let the small refrigerator disappear. After thanking the security guard, David returned to the classroom. The Lunka Planet's Kaji Virtual World organized the Lunka Cup Kaji competition. It did not affect Lunka Private High School. There were only a few students here who were qualified to enter Kaji Virtual World. David ended the day under the envious gazes of his classmates. Although he did not learn anything new, this kind of learning atmosphere still made David feel at peace. In school, he forgot about life and death battles, forgot about scheming and plotting, and forgot about the perverted lives of the adults outside. After school, David saw the classmate who was bullied yesterday again. His classmate looked at David with a frightened expression. This made David feel very strange. When David got into James Leesy's hover car and left, Hosley's legs turned to jelly. "David, how are you today?" James Leesy asked with concern as soon as they arrived at the club and got off the hover car. "I'm in good shape today." David knew what James Leesy was worried about and said with a smile, "I'm just worried. With your strength, this Lunka Cup is not a problem at all." James Leesy could not help but laugh. After he went back yesterday, he kept thinking about David's battle in Kaji Virtual World. Only then did he remember that he and David had not practiced yet. They still needed to cooperate in the two-person team battle. Because David's 600 battles were too exciting, he had completely forgotten about it. Fortunately, today was only the preliminary round. In theory, they would not meet any strong opponents. "David, is school break tomorrow?" It was Saturday tomorrow. James Leesy did not know if the third-year students in Lunka Private High School were on break, so he asked. "It's normal, but there's a lot of homework." David replied helplessly. "Homework is fine. If you don't want to do it, I'll find someone to do it for you. You could take some time tomorrow to practice with me." James Leesy smiled and waved his hand. "There's no need to find someone to do it for me. I only need an hour to finish it. It won't affect our practice," David said with a smile. James Leesy did not understand why David said that there was a lot of homework, but he only needed an hour to finish it. He thought of his senior year in high school. At that time, the homework was so heavy that he could not breathe. At that time, he still needed to practice and study. If it were not for the support of a large number of resources, he could not imagine how he would have survived those days. Thinking of this, he looked at David and could not help but feel a little guilty. He had dragged David into this because of his own matters, but it affected David's studies. What James Leesy did not know was that David's mastery of the school's knowledge had long surpassed all the students. Even among the teachers in Lunka Private High School, no one could surpass him. "All right, I'm going to master Macintosh's design studio tomorrow. I'm going to prepare a custom-made exoskeleton armor there," David said as he thought of tomorrow's arrangements. "A custom-made exoskeleton armor for Master Macintosh? You're really generous." Hearing Master Macintosh's name, even James Leesy was envious. Although Master Macintosh lived in Kia City, he was the top exoskeleton armor designer in Iridia. Even Forks Transcendent had to be careful when dealing with him. This was because Master Macintosh often participated in the military's decisions on Kaji equipment. His position was very high, and his influence was even more shocking. Many military companies wanted to curry favor with Master Macintosh. Master Macintosh had a lot of power when it came to military purchases in Iridia. It was this identity that made it impossible for James Leesy to ask Master Macintosh to design exoskeleton armor for him. This was because Master Macintosh's design of exoskeleton armor depended on his mood. "My situation is a little special. Without a custom-made exoskeleton armor, I can't fully utilize my combat power," David said as he spread out his hands. Ever since David started practicing the flexible body technique, his ligaments had long surpassed the normal Kaji. His body could do some incredible movements. However, normal exoskeleton armor could not satisfy him. It was not that he had not customized exoskeleton armor before, but he was embarrassed at that time, so he only used normal materials to make it. This time, David decided to take out a few second-grade heavy weapons. In his many battles, there were many duplicates of second-grade weapons. Now that he was not sure of credits, the duplicates of second-grade weapons could only be used as collectibles. It was better to convert them into his own combat power. Unable to fully utilize your combat power. James Leesy understood the meaning of this sentence. His expression was a little interesting. David meant that the previous battles, when he was wearing the exoskeleton armor, were not his full combat power. Even James Leesy had seen David's 600 battles in Kaji's virtual world, and that was not his full combat power. This was because he was only wearing a landline exoskeleton armor, and it was not a custom-made exoskeleton armor. "David, I'll go with you tomorrow." James Leesy also wanted to see Master Macintosh's design room and get acquainted with him. Maybe Master Macintosh would see his extraordinariness and design a set of custom-made exoskeleton armor for him. The two talked as they went inside Kaji's club. At this time, almost all the transparent rooms were opaque. Fortunately, James Leasy had already booked Kaji's virtual cabins number 7 and number 8. Otherwise, he would probably only be able to look at them now. After entering Kaji's virtual cabin, David appeared in the lounge again. The equipment from yesterday was still on him. David thought about it and went to the closet to spend 30 credit points to buy a second-grade shield. Seeing David carrying the shield on his back, James Leasy's mouth could not help but twitch. He did not think that David bought the shield for show. If David's shield mastery level was lower, he would not be able to equip the shield. Woody, what's your shield mastery level? James Leasy finally could not hold back and asked curiously. Master level, David replied casually as he carried the second-grade heavy axe behind his exoskeleton armor. James Leasy touched his faceplate lightly with his hand and thought to himself, who told you to talk too much? He knew that David had an abnormal talent in weapon mastery, but he still asked for it. What's wrong with you? David saw James Leasy's strange behavior and could not help but ask. No, nothing, James Leasy quickly said. Chapter 240. Seeing that James was fine, David turned his attention to the messages in front of him. Among yesterday's challenge messages, most of today's challenge messages had chosen to give up. It was likely that David's battle process, after yesterday's publicity, coupled with the return of reason last night, had made the challengers realize the difference between the two sides. There were less than 30 messages left, and David was too lazy to challenge anymore. Today's mission was the preliminary rounds of the duo and single rounds. Winning once would allow him to advance to the next level, but losing once would disqualify him. Among the messages was the latest system announcement for the Runka Cup. David clicked on it and saw the competition schedule. The competition was simple. Tonight was the preliminary round, and both parties had to finish the match within 5 minutes. If they could not finish the match within 5 minutes, 5 level 2 Zergs would appear in the ring, and the Kaji who died first would be disqualified. Therefore, no matter how many Kaji had signed up, in the virtual world of Kaji, one night was enough to reduce the number of Kaji who made it to the semi-finals to 100. Woody, you signed up for both the duo and single rounds. Skynet will arrange the battles for you reasonably. All we have to do is wait here. James explained to David. As they spoke, the two of them turned into white light at the same time. When they reappeared, they were already in an arena. At the same time, 2 Kaji appeared in front of them. Just as James was about to say something and wait for the 5-second countdown to start the battle, the 2 Kaji turned into white light again and disappeared. David and James received a message at the same time. Your opponent has surrendered. You have advanced to the next round. What's going on? Both of them looked at each other and asked at the same time. David opened the message again and found the names of the 2 Kaji. One of the Kaji's name was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. He entered the name into the message and found that this Kaji was one of the 600 challengers who had failed yesterday. Well, it seems like we met yesterday's opponent. David was also confused by the opponent's maneuvers. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. He didn't even think about how his opponent had lost yesterday. He simply treated this place as a game. In order to rush for time, he activated his extreme speed talent and used his heavy axe master fighting skills to insta-kill all his opponents one by one. Those battles had caused a lot of psychological damage to each of David's opponents. No matter who had cultivated for more than 10 years, they couldn't even withstand a single blow and were instantly killed. This kind of crushing feeling was a huge blow to Kaji. That was why when he realized that his opponent was still David, even though it was a 2-on-1 match, Kaji chose to admit defeat. Sai, let's see if any unlucky Kaji will automatically match us. Since they had won, it was naturally time to wait again. Jinlis also felt bad for Kaji just now. Because it was the preliminary round, there were a lot of people who signed up, With the number of Kaji on Lunka Planet and the fact that Kaji's virtual cabins couldn't enter at the same time, there would be a Kaji entering the battle waiting phase at every time tonight. In less than 10 seconds, 2 more Kaji appeared. This time, the names of the 2 Kajis had never been seen before. "Hi, both of you." Jinlis was finally able to greet them. At this time, the 5-second battle countdown had also ended. The 2 Kaji ignored Jinli's greeting and directly charged with their weapons. From the way the 2 Kajis charged, David could be sure that the 2 Kajis had not practiced cooperation like them. The 2 Kajis were very weak. One was an intermediate Kaji, and the other was a beginner Kaji. They seemed to want to take the initiative and catch David and Jinlis off guard. Who asked Jinlis to give his greetings before such a serious match? How rude! Jinlis did not hold back. He used a level 2 heavy axe in his hand, but his speed was faster. After going through more than 600 challenges yesterday, David's extreme speed and master-level heavy axe instinctively allowed him to be even faster than James. A blue light flashed, and 2 heads flew into the air. Then, the 2 Kajis turned into white light. At this time, Jinlis's axe arrived in front of the white light. In another room, the 2 young Kajis stood there in a daze. They still did not understand what had happened. "It's too scary. If we meet a Kaji like this in the real world, we won't even know how we died." The 2 young Kajis had lost their confidence. They had fought against the powerful Kaji too early, so they were afraid of fighting. If they could not walk out of the shadow that David had cast on them, this battle might affect them for the rest of their lives. "Woody, let me join the battle too," Jinlis said to David as he looked at the words in front of him. He did not want his friends to know that he won the Lunka Cup without doing anything. "I'm used to fighting. You go first in the next round," David said embarrassedly. "I'm also very famous in the virtual world," Jinlis said as he waved the heavy axe in his hand. Kajis with the speed talent were rare, and with a teacher like Fox Transcendent as his teacher, Jinlis was indeed one of the strongest among the younger generation on Lunka Planet. As they spoke, 2 more Kajis appeared in the ring. David was immediately attracted by the name above one of the Kaji's head. It was only 1 number different from Jinlis's nickname. Gale 11 looked at Jinlis. Although the countdown had ended, he did not take the initiative to step forward. "Isn't this 12? Why are you here so early?" Gale 11 obviously knew Jean Leasy. He was also surprised to see Jean Leasy. According to Skynet's normal arrangement, strong fighters with similar strength would not meet in the preliminary round. But now, Gale 11 and Gale 12 had encountered each other. 11, you're so unlucky," Jinli said with a gloating smile. 12, we've fought more than 20 times. When have you ever won? Gale 11 shook his head. David and the other Kaji did not make a move. David had promised Jinlis to let him go first, and the other Kaji was waiting for his companion to meet a friend. "Look at this guy next to me." Jinlis knew he could not defeat Gale 11, so he pointed at David next to him. In order to fight for a higher ranking with the nickname Cyclone, Jinlis had repeatedly challenged Cyclone 11. However, his opponent also had the speed talent and was also a pinnacle warrior, but his mastery of the Warhammer was higher than his mastery of the heavy axe, so he would lose every challenge with a slight disadvantage. Invincible, what an arrogant name. Is there a bug in Skynet? Why would a name like this randomly appear? Gale 11 said in surprise when he saw Invincible's nickname. However, he soon remembered Jinli's attitude, and his expression turned serious. Skynet was unlikely to make a mistake, so there was only one reason for Invincible's nickname to appear, and that was because he was truly invincible. Gale 11 did not enter Kaji's virtual world yesterday, so he did not hear about David's nickname. However, Kaji next to Gale 11 knew about Invincible's deeds, so he softly told Gale 11 what happened yesterday. "Invincible, please enlighten me," Gale 11 said with a burning desire to battle. Challenging the strong was a very exciting thing for a battle maniac like him. At the same time, he also understood why Skynet had placed him together with Jinli's. It was not to compare his strength with Jinli's, but to compare his strength with David's. To David's strength, Gale 11 was a weakling. It was normal for the weak to be paired with the strong in the preliminary round. Gale 11 felt a little helpless. Since when was he considered a weakling by Skynet? He needed a battle to prove that he was not a weakling. Gale, aren't you going to make the first move? David turned to Jinlise and asked. I'll let you have it. I've fought him too many times. Jinlise gestured for Gale to make the first move. Gale 11 was about to mock Jinlise for using Gale as a nickname, but he saw David's body turn into a shadow on the spot. It was an illusion caused by the extreme speed. Gale 11 had heard of it before, but he had never seen anyone with such speed. The other Kaji took a step forward with his heavy axe, but he was sent flying even faster than his first move. Gale 11 saw the faint blue light penetrate his comrade's heavy axe, disregarding his comrade's defense and sending him flying. His comrade turned into a white light in midair. Then he felt a sky-high killing intent shrouding his body. Gale 11 was also an experienced fighter and had done a lot of actual combat missions. The moment the killing intent shrouded him, he focused his mind and unleashed his aura at the same time. However, in front of David's killing intent, his aura was dispersed without any resistance. His body was also slightly shaken by the killing intent. Because of the slight pause, Gale 11 failed to dodge David's heavy axe. It was David's favorite decapitation, and Gale 11's head flew up into the air. Monster, Jinlise mumbled. This time, David's opponent was his old rival, who was much stronger than him. However, even such a strong Kaji was defeated by David with a single blow. He could not even fight back. David himself also felt that his strength seemed to have improved. He didn't look at his attribute panel yesterday, but now that he was fighting, he felt that after more than 600 battles, his mastery of the heavy axe had been completely mastered. His heavy axe mastery was the combination of the knowledge of two heavy axe masters. The theoretical knowledge supported his heavy axe mastery to the intermediate level of the master level. However, the unrestrained battle in the virtual world allowed the two heavy axe masters to perfectly integrate their heavy axe mastery with their bodies. In reality, David would not be able to use his full strength unless he was in a life-and-death battle. It was not easy to find an opponent with a master level of heavy axe mastery. This was the function of Kaji's virtual world. The Kaji could familiarize themselves with the battle and master their own abilities. David also felt the benefits of Kaji's virtual world. It seemed that because David and Jinlise's team battle was too fast, Skynet did not arrange for David's individual battle. Instead, they randomly arranged opponents for the team battle. After that, Jinlise did not insist on making the first move. David ended the battle quickly every time. After a total of 6 battles, David and Jinlise's preliminary battle was over. Woody, I'm going to chat with my friends. You can participate in the individual battle by yourself. Jinlise waited for the preliminary battle to end and immediately left. Perhaps Skynet did it on purpose, or he was just lucky. In the next 6 individual battles, David met 4 Kaji challengers that he had fought before. The results were the same. When the 4 Kaji challengers saw him, they all chose to surrender. The other 2 opponents were even worse. They were all beginner Kaji. David did not even need to activate extreme speed to end the battle. He did not stay in Kaji's virtual world for long. He was more concerned about the level 3 strengthened meat. Therefore, after leaving a message for Jinlise, he directly exited Kaji's virtual cabin and left Kaji's club. He called for his own hover car and returned to the villa. On Kaji's forum, a new round of discussion about Woody had begun. Or rather, since Woody appeared yesterday, the discussion had not ended. However, tonight, Kaji, nicknamed Gale 11, had once again set off a climax of discussion. Who is Woody? This question attracted the most attention of all Kaji. Even a speed-type Kaji like Gale 11 could not last more than a second against Woody. The name Woody in Kaji's eyes entered the eyes of the stronger Kaji. It was not that no one had thought of David. Recently, David was known as Woody by the military of the war zone. However, David came from the Monolith Star. What kind of place was the Monolith Star? From Kaji's resources to Kaji's education, it was just like the Monolith Star itself. It was a barren land. Not many Kajis thought that Woody, who could instantly kill Gale 11, was a Kaji from the Monolith Star. Most importantly, Woody's speed talent was stronger than Gale 11, which was personally acknowledged by Gale 11. On the other hand, David's information did not indicate that he had the speed talent, only the strength talent. From this point of view, they were two different Kajis. Most Kajis looked at the major factions. They suspected that Woody was a top genius cultivated by one of the factions. All kinds of speculations made Woody even more famous among Kajis on Lunka Star. If it was not for the fact that Kaji's virtual world did not allow videos to be recorded without the consent of the person involved, all kinds of videos would have been posted everywhere. Even though there were no videos, all kinds of descriptions, or Kaji's narration of the battle with David, kept appearing on the Kaji forum. David did not even know about the existence of the Kaji forum. He arrived at the villa at 8:10 a.m. The two-man and one-man matches did not take up much of his time. Chapter 241. David sat in the underground training room with the small white fridge beside him. He placed one hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder. He came back late yesterday and did not check his attribute panel. Today, he found that his heavy axe mastery seemed to have improved, so he wanted to confirm it. As the familiar attribute panel appeared in front of him, he saw that the original heavy axe mastery, 65% mastery, had become heavy axe mastery, 70% mastery. Although this improvement was most likely due to the combination of the two heavy axe masters' experience, it was also due to the help of Kaji's virtual world. David was more interested in Kaji's virtual world. There are no other ways to fight here, so Kaji's virtual world was the most important way to gain combat experience. While he was deep in thought, his ID bracelet received a call. Not many people on Lunka Planet had his contact number, and they were all very important people. Therefore, he immediately looked at his ID bracelet, and a smile appeared on his face. "David, are you adapting to the new school?" Emma's gentle voice came from the other side. David was in a good mood when he heard Emma's concern. "The teachers at the new school took good care of me, and the students were very friendly. I even got first place." David replied with a smile. "You're the best wherever you go." Emma, who was sitting in the practice room, chuckled like an ordinary girl. She did not look like a celebrity at all. Emma did not have any doubts when she heard that David had gotten first place in the exam. Instead, she praised him sincerely. In her heart, David was the best. "Recently, I participated in Kaji's virtual competition, so I have to go to Kaji's club at night." David remembered that he came back late every night. Although Emma was very busy and probably did not have time to care about him, he still explained, "Don't sleep too late." Emma was not interested in Kaji's virtual competition. She was just concerned. Then she continued, "I've brought forward the concert. The time is set for 10 days later. I'll be very busy in the next few days. All the preparations have to be completed within 10 days. You should rest well too. Actually, it's fine if you're a few days late. I'll be staying on Lunka Planet for the next few years. I'll have plenty of opportunities to experiment with a mind fusion," David said with concern. "Actually, I'm not that tired. I'm already used to practicing songs. It's just that the concert was brought forward, so I didn't have time to write the new song that I hired. These days, Sister Lucia has been looking for songs everywhere. She's much busier than I am," Emma said softly, feeling the concern. "I can't talk anymore. Sister Lucia is urging me. I'll come and see you when I'm free," Emma said briskly and ended the call. David shook his head and smiled as he looked at his identity bracelet that had been disconnected. He was not in the mood to look at the mini fridge beside him. He had already practiced his advanced Kaji body art today. Even if he used the level 3 strengthened meat, he would only waste a day's worth of food. When he heard that Emma was missing a song, he had an idea. Although his previous life was incomparable to this world, it was mostly in terms of technology. They both had their own strengths when it came to entertainment. After his spirit exceeded 5, David's memory improved a lot. Many memories from his previous life were engraved in his mind. This included songs that David had heard in his previous life. Even if he had only listened to them once, he could still remember them clearly. He asked the shadow attendant to put away the mini fridge and went straight to the study on the second floor. There was a piano and some music-related books there. Because Emma's profession was a singer, most of the decorations were related to this when they prepared the villa. It was still early. David sat at the desk and picked up an introductory music book and flipped through it. He did not need to study too deeply. He only needed to grasp some basic music composition knowledge. He did not know if it was because of his deep knowledge of many cultures or because of his high spirit. Anyway, David felt that the music composition knowledge was very easy to understand. He just flipped through it once and grasped the basics of music composition knowledge. Of course, this was the most basic knowledge. It was not realistic to expect him to compose a song that was unfamiliar to him. He took out an introductory piano book. Looking at this book, he guessed that Emma wanted him to cultivate the same interest in music as Emma. After a while, David sat in front of the piano with confidence. His fingers pressed lightly on the piano. A piercing noise came from the piano, startling David. The piano in this world had gone through many years of development and had become the most complex instrument. The amount of force pressed on the piano would affect the difference in sound. This was not something that could be learned by reading an introductory book. Without long periods of practice, it would be difficult to even get started. David sat at the piano for a few minutes and finally confirmed this point. He originally wanted to play and sing at the same time when Emma came here and give her a romantic surprise. Unfortunately, his level was limited and he could not do it. Although it was the interstellar era, there was still a lot of writing paper in the study. David took out a stack of white paper and translated the song from his memory into the music score of this world. David wrote down the song that left the deepest impression in his memory. My heart remains the same. In his previous life, no matter who it was, even if they did not know how to sing this song, as long as they heard the melody of this song, they would know it was My Heart Remains the Same. Perhaps it was because the song left a deep impression in his memory, or perhaps it was because this song had its own magic. But David, who was originally not very proficient in composing music, quickly recorded all the melody under the guidance of the melody in his mind. He turned the classic from his previous life into the music score of this world. After writing the music score of My Heart Remains the Same, David changed the original lyrics into the Federation language. Fortunately, the Federation language was similar to Russian in his previous life, so there were not many changes. Putting down the music score and lyrics, David thought of another song, Sweet Day. He did not think too much and continued to write it. It was only when he put down the pen that he remembered that this was a duet between a man and a woman. Since he had written it, he did not plan to destroy it. He looked at the bookshelf and inserted the page into it. David looked at the time. Unknowingly, it was already time to practice the crystal meditation. He put the music score and lyrics of My Heart Remains the Same on the table and returned to his bedroom. The next day at 6 o'clock, David woke up on time. His biological clock was very punctual. Going to the underground training room, David took out a portion of level 3 strengthened meat from the mini fridge. Perhaps because of David's hand touching it, the level 3 strengthened the meat's movement, as if it wanted to break free from David's hand. To be honest, if David had not eaten level 1 and level 2 strengthened meat before and knew the benefits it brought to his body and strength, he would not have the courage to eat this level 3 strengthened meat. However, now that he knew the effects of level 3 strengthened meat, David would eat it no matter how scary it was. Suppressing the discomfort in his heart, he took a bite of the level 3 strengthened meat. Surprisingly, once the level 3 strengthened meat entered his mouth, it did not struggle anymore. Instead, it quickly disintegrated. Just like rock sugar entering water, it melted at an extremely fast speed. Furthermore, the level 3 strengthened meat stimulated the taste buds very well. This kind of good taste was not something that could be brought by normal food. It was more like a biological instinct. David did not hesitate. He put all of the level 3 strengthened meat into his mouth. The level 3 strengthened meat quickly turned into liquid and flowed into his stomach. David felt like there was a furnace in his stomach. At first, it was hot, but soon he felt like he was being roasted. His sweat did not listen to him and came out from every pore of his body. His clothes were completely drenched in a few seconds. David knew that he could not wait any longer. This level of strength and meat contained too much energy, and he needed to absorb as much as he could. David's teacher, Galen Transcendent, had never told David about the things to take note of when eating level 3 strengthened meat. This was not the fault of Galen Transcendent. Who would have thought that David would be able to obtain level 3 strengthened meat? For a normal Kaji, level 3 strengthened meat's greatest use was not for training, but for breaking through. When one was at a bottleneck, the large amount of energy that was easy to absorb would greatly increase the chances of breaking through. Transcendent members also needed the cooperation of many Transcendent members to kill level 3 Zergs. Level 3 Zergs that were killed by heavy energy weapons would not be able to preserve their strengthened meat. That was why even Transcendent members could not always use level 3 strengthened meat. This kind of resource was considered the best training resource. David ate a day's worth of level 3 strengthened meat and moved his body into the advanced Kaji body art. Following the advanced Kaji body art movement, the heat in his body seemed to have found an outlet. The burning sensation in his stomach turned into a burning sensation in his muscles and bones. Wherever the advanced Kaji body art movement was, the burning sensation would follow. David had a suspicion that his muscles were being roasted. The burning pain from his muscles was even more intense than the first time he practiced the advanced Kaji body art. If he had not gone through the torture of the advanced Kaji body art, he would not have been able to endure it. His strong mind gave him great endurance, but at the same time, it also gave him a clearer sense of pain. With every movement David made, he felt that his body might turn into ashes in the next movement. After an hour of advanced Kaji body art practice, when the last advanced Kaji body art movement was completed, although the burning sensation in his body had decreased a lot, there was still some energy that had not been absorbed. At that moment, David's whole body felt like it was scalded. Not only was his skin injured from overheating, but there were also cracks caused by the advanced Kaji body art. His clothes were stuck to his skin because of the blood and sweat on his body. However, David did not stop practicing. He began to practice the flexible body art. He needed to convert the energy in his body, otherwise, the energy would be wasted. With the probability of the energy being automatically absorbed by the body, a piece of level 3 strengthened meat could only be absorbed by 20%. Even if the advanced Kaji body art training was completed, there was not much energy left in the level 3 strengthened meat, but David did not want to waste any of it. Although it was not much, the remaining level 3 strengthened meat had more energy than any level 2 strengthened meat. Also, the level of the energy in the level 3 strengthened meat was higher than the level 1 and 2 strengthened meat, so the absorption effect was stronger. His skin cracked and burned, plus the internal muscle damage. The flexible body art that was usually relatively gentle was now like a death by 1,000 cuts. David clenched his teeth. The intense pain made his spirit slow down, but his body still moved according to the flexible body art. Although David was called invincible in the Kaji level by the war zone military, and even when he entered the Kaji virtual world, David knew very well where everything he had came from. He was not a real genius. The Shadow Attendant gave him a speed that was unimaginable to other Kaji level abilities, and a large amount of experience became his body's ability in a short period of time. However, David also had his flaws. His training time was too short, so his body strength and constitution were far from a real genius. He might have defeated over 600 challengers in the Kaji virtual world, but that was only because of his super speed and mastery of heavy axes. In terms of physical strength, at least half of the challengers were stronger than him. This was not obvious on Planet Monolith because the resources on Planet Monolith were not as good as here. Planet Monolith's Kaji was not as strong as Planet Monolith's Kaji at the same age. In the Monolith Star, apart from the larvae, which had a large supply of strengthened meat, there was only a small amount of strengthened meat of level 1 and above which could be kept. Large amounts of strengthened meat were transported to peaceful areas through various methods in exchange for other survival resources. The rich Lunka planet was the main source of Planet Monolith's strengthened meat, and Planet Monolith was not the only source of Planet Monolith's strengthened meat. Even Planet Monolith's strengthened meat flowed to Planet Monolith in large quantities. Compared to the small number of insectoids on Planet Monolith, Planet Warstar was the one that produced the most strengthened meat. However, Planet Monolith had never been able to obtain any strengthened meat from Planet Warstar, which was the main reason Kaji's strength was so weak. David was now on Planet Monolith and had resources, so he did not care about this pain. He knew very well that if he did not improve, there might come a day when an even stronger enemy would find him. Just like the Lightning mercenaries, they had been lucky enough to sneak into the main ship, which was why they had been able to achieve such results. However, good luck could not last forever. Everything still depended on strength. If he were a transcendent, he would not be afraid of such a threat. In the underground cultivation room, only heavy breathing and the sound of sweat and blood dripping to the ground could be heard. When it was close to 8, David practically crawled into the genetic repair cabin. It was because of this that he dared to cultivate like this. Chapter 242. At 9 o'clock, David finished his breakfast and came to the villa's platform in a suit. At this time, James' hovercar also landed on the platform. James was not curious about David's living conditions. For a transcendent disciple, such conditions could only be considered ordinary. "David, hurry up, we're leaving." He opened the car door and shouted, "Don't worry, the appointment is at 10 o'clock. There's still time," David said with a smile as he put a big box in the back of the hovercar and then got on the hovercar. "God, that's Master Macintosh. If we're late by a second, we might be chased away by the master." James was very nervous, as if it was his own matter. The more he knew, the more he understood the importance of Master Macintosh. After seeing David sit down, James immediately drove the hovercar at the fastest speed allowed by the law and sped towards the destination. Unlike James, David was enjoying the beautiful scenery of Kia City outside while feeling the changes in his body. Beside him, the shadow attendant leaned close to his body so that he could check his status panel. After 2 hours of torture in the morning and the treatment of the gene repair fluid, his body had recovered. On the status panel, his strength had increased by about 100 kilograms from 380 to 400. This was indeed a huge increase in strength for a daily increase of 1 or 2 kilograms. David could increase his strength by 1 or 2 kilograms a day, and this was only because he used the strengthened meat to practice the advanced Kaji body arts. David was using the body of an intermediate Kaji to practice the advanced Kaji body arts that only advanced and pinnacle Kaji could practice. A normal Kaji would not have such a speed of improvement even if they had the same resources. His strength had reached 400, and his vitality had also increased to 400. He could now exert 1,600 kilograms of strength, which was exactly half of Kaji's 3,200 kilograms of strength. Now, David was truly an intermediate Kaji. The effects of David's persistent practice of the flexible body technique also appeared on the attribute panel. His dexterity increased from 418 to 420. As his dexterity increased, the speed of the increase became slower and slower. If it weren't for the fact that there were no insectoids around, David would have wanted to kill the ripping winged insects and absorb their souls to increase his agility. His extreme speed was based on his own speed. The higher his agility was, the more effective his extreme speed talent would be. In many battles, his extreme speed talent had been extremely useful and was an important reason why he had been able to survive. This was the first time he had eaten level 3 strengthened meat, which was why it had such an effect. He was very clear about this. However, the good thing about the strengthened meat was that it could maintain a basic effect. After eating it many times, it would still be able to increase Kaji's dexterity. Therefore, the strengthened meat was the most basic resource for a Kaji. "We're here," James reminded. David looked at the time. It had only been half an hour, and there was still half an hour before the appointment. The hover car descended and stopped in front of a building that looked like an exoskeleton armor loading box. David did not see a signboard hanging on the building. Perhaps a master like Macintosh did not even need a signboard to indicate anything. Just as the hover car was about 50 meters away from the building and entered the boundary of the building, David felt a few presences locking onto him. "Stop approaching immediately and identify yourselves. Trespassing is prohibited, or you will be attacked." A stern voice sounded in the communication channel of the hover car. "This is our identity. David and Master Macintosh have an appointment." James quickly revealed his identity, and David also set the information on his bracelet to display. "You're 28 minutes early. You can only enter at the appointed time." The stern voice softened a little, but it was still not polite. "Okay." James looked at David and answered helplessly. After turning off the communication channel, the hover car stopped outside the boundary. "I'm sorry, I drove too fast," James said with a little guilt. He did not know if this would affect David's custom-made exoskeleton armor. "It's okay. We'll just wait in the car for a while." David did not think too much about it. He did not know Master Macintosh's identity directly. At 10 o'clock sharp, James and David walked towards Master Macintosh's design studio. This time, they were not stopped, and they entered the studio. As soon as they entered the door, a muscular man in a work uniform walked over. "Mr. David, I am Master Macintosh's assistant, Johnson. The master is already waiting for you." The muscular man did not look at James, but said to David. When David made the appointment, Johnson's assistant had already received David's information, including David's photo. As for James, who accompanied David, as long as he did not disturb Master Macintosh's work, Johnson ignored him. "Sorry to trouble you," David said to Johnson's assistant with a smile. The strength of this assistant, named Johnson, was probably not any weaker than Jennings. That kind of valiant aura could not be concealed even if he was wearing a work uniform. "Mr. David, give me the box in your hand. I need to check it." Johnson's assistant did not immediately bring David in. Instead, he looked at the box in David's hand and said. David handed the box to Johnson's assistant. It was the material he had brought today. Johnson's assistant opened the box, took a quick glance, and immediately closed it. However, his expression was a little strange. "Please follow me." Johnson's assistant quickly recovered his expression and made an inviting gesture. There were many workers in the design studio. From the first floor to the 7th floor, almost every floor was filled with people busy working. The elevator stopped at the 8th floor. David was shocked as soon as he walked out of the elevator. The 8th floor was an entire floor without any walls. In the center, there was an artificial intelligence core. Its size was even larger than the artificial intelligence core on the Lightning II frigate. Other than the artificial intelligence core, the entire northern wall of this floor was occupied by servers. The other 3 walls were transparent, and one could enjoy the scenery outside. An old man was standing in front of a screen, thinking about something. He did not notice David and the others' arrival. "Please wait for a moment. The master doesn't want to be disturbed when he's thinking," Johnson's assistant reminded softly. David and James nodded. It was definitely not a good idea to disturb Master Macintosh at this time. After 5 minutes, Master Macintosh's finger moved. He gently tapped on the screen. Immediately, the artificial intelligence core in the center and the server on the northern wall surged with energy. In front of Master Macintosh, the projection of an exoskeleton armor appeared. The exoskeleton armor's appearance was very strange. It should be Master Macintosh experimenting with a new idea. "Sorry, I forgot the time." Master Macintosh immediately noticed David and the other 2 after he finished his thinking. He smiled and nodded at David apologetically. "Master Macintosh, I'm sorry to disturb you." David quickly stepped forward and bowed. "It's not a disturbance. Kaji's points in the virtual world are very useful to me. I can exchange them for some rare materials. You help me." Master Macintosh smiled and waved his hand. He waved his hand, and 2 chairs rose from the ground. Then, a table rose in front of the chairs. Although it looked empty, it was just a facade. The layout here was far beyond imagination. "Come, sit down first." Master Macintosh looked at David with curiosity. He was very surprised when he received an order from Skynet for a set of exoskeleton armor that cost 3,000 Kaji's points in the virtual world. The virtual world of Kaji was the best training ground for Kaji, but for Master Macintosh, it was a place to obtain many special materials. Many rare materials that were not available on the market will be placed in the virtual world of Kaji to attract Kaji, to increase communication, and to obtain more points through battles. To obtain 3,000 points in the virtual world of Kaji, one Kaji had to fight 3,000 Kaji and win. At the same time, one had to deduct the points from failure. It could be said that 3,000 points was an amazing number for any Kaji, and it was not necessary to look for Master Macintosh to customize the exoskeleton armor. Some famous designers, although not masters, were good enough to design a suitable exoskeleton armor for Kaji. Therefore, although there was an option for Master Macintosh to customize the exoskeleton armor in the virtual world of Kaji, there were very few Kaji who looked for Master Macintosh every year. Sometimes there was not even one in a year. Master Macintosh had also investigated David. Because of his relationship with the military, he had very high authority. He had seen David's information. The growth process of such a young powerhouse was a bloody history of slaughter. But when he saw David today, Master Macintosh could not believe that such a young boy with such clear eyes could kill hundreds of Kaji and even a transcendent in just 1 year. David and Jenlise sat on the chairs as Johnson's assistant served fruit juice. "David, I only have fruit juice to serve customers. Other stimulating drinks would affect my brain, so I did not prepare any," Master Macintosh said with a gesture of invitation. "Master Macintosh, I come from Monolith. For me, fruit juice is already very good," David replied with a smile. "David, tell me your request." Master Macintosh did not continue the conversation and went straight to the point. The reason he was able to chat with David was because he was curious about David. Master Macintosh did not say a word to Jenlise, who was sitting beside David. He completely treated Jenlise as heir. "When I was a Nog in City on Monolith, I had a custom-made exoskeleton armor. But the material used for the exoskeleton armor was not good enough and could not keep up with my strength," David said with a smile. "Did you bring the exoskeleton armor?" Master Macintosh glanced at David's box and asked. "Yes, I brought it. Let me show it to you." David was already prepared. He opened the box and revealed a few pieces of equipment inside. Among them, there was the custom-made exoskeleton armor loading box. The rest were 2 level 2 war hammers and 2 level 2 heavy axes. These 4 level 2 weapons were all extra level 2 weapons David had. Of course, David also kept the level 2 long sword because it did not use a lot of level 2 materials. Master Macintosh took out the custom-made exoskeleton armor loading box. A table rose from the ground beside him, and he placed the exoskeleton armor loading box on the table. A scanning beam swept across the table. In less than 10 seconds, a set of exoskeleton armor generated by a light screen appeared beside the table. Master Macintosh's finger swept across the light screen, and the exoskeleton armor instantly separated into parts. Very interesting design, but there are a lot of infringements in it. It seems that the designer who designed the exoskeleton armor for you is not a professional designer. Master Macintosh looked at the parts and said with a smile. However, he quickly patted his head and said, "I forgot. You came from planet Monolith. It's a war zone. The management of patent rights is relatively lax. Master Macintosh, this design is not bad for me. It's just that the materials are too poor," David said with admiration. Master Macintosh only took a short time to understand the design of the exoskeleton armor. David was amazed by his knowledge and professionalism. "So you only brought these for level 2 heavy level 2 weapons?" Master Macintosh glanced at the 4 level 2 weapons in the box and shook his head with a smile. "Yes, I don't have any level 2 materials with me. These are all trophies from previous battles. They're useless to me. That's why I brought them." David nodded and said, "You don't have to give me the level 2 weapons. I will provide all the materials. 3,000 points is more valuable than you think. The level 2 materials are included. What you have is a complete exoskeleton armor." Master Macintosh smiled and waved his hand. It was also the first time he saw someone using level 2 weapons as materials for exoskeleton armor. Normally, level 2 weapons were more expensive than exoskeleton armor. The 4 level 2 heavy level 2 weapons that David took out were almost enough to use level 2 materials for the main body of the exoskeleton armor. In fact, at Master Macintosh's level 2 materials were not as precious as David thought. Every year, Warstar killed a large number of level 2 Zergs. Although it was not enough to supply a normal Kaji, a master exoskeleton armor designer like Macintosh had a large quota of materials every month. Furthermore, level 2 weapons were synthesized with level 2 materials and other auxiliary materials. Its performance was different from the level 2 materials used for the exoskeleton armor. It was impossible for Master Macintosh to ruin his reputation for the sake of saving such a small amount of materials. Chapter 243. David, I found a few special points on your custom-made exoskeleton armor. I need you to explain them to me. Master Macintosh turned his eyes back to the exoskeleton armor displayed on the screen and said. His fingers continued to point out, selecting a series of joints. These joints obviously have a wider range of motion than ordinary joints. Some joints even don't have any restrictions on movement at all. Why is that? Master Macintosh asked aloud. Master Macintosh, I have practiced a special body skill. My joints are much softer than ordinary people. David explained as he flipped his arm 360 degrees. This kind of joint skill that was almost impossible for humans to do greatly interested Master Macintosh. James, who had been silent all this time, widened his eyes. No wonder David needed a custom-made exoskeleton armor. If David could flip the joints all over his body at will, then David's strange attack would be even more difficult to defend against. This should be what David was talking about when he said that he couldn't use his full strength. Then the extra accessories on this exoskeleton armor, as well as the sniper auxiliary device and the extra spear auxiliary device on the palm. Have you mastered all these weapons? Master Macintosh pointed at the screen and asked again. Well, David hesitated for a moment. David, tell me your strength clearly. This way, I can better judge your fighting style so that I can design a more suitable exoskeleton armor for you. Master Macintosh reminded him with a smile. I have some talent in weapon mastery. I have reached the master level in the war hammer, shield, heavy axe, long sword, and spear. My sniper strength is a little weak. I have just reached the master level. My unarmed combat strength is also at the early stage of the master level. David thought for a moment and said. Master Macintosh, who was still smiling, was stunned when he heard David say all kinds of weapons. The master level was the goal of Kaji's life. Every Kaji who became a master had walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. David said that the master level of sniper was a little weak. This made Master Macintosh even more speechless. Sniper was the most difficult of all the Kaji professions. Every bit of improvement required a long time of fighting to achieve. James looked at David in disbelief. In his mind, David was already very powerful when he was only a spear master and heavy axe master. David, you are very special. With your talent, I think you have a high chance of becoming a transcendent in the future. I need to think about designing a transcendent armor for you when you become a transcendent. Master Macintosh woke up from his daze, and then he became excited. Wasn't the special existence like David was the charm of a custom-made exoskeleton armor? When a normal Kaji came for a custom-made exoskeleton, they would at most pay attention to a single weapon application and some of their own habits. But David was different. A custom-made exoskeleton armor for David was equivalent to creating a unique exoskeleton armor that had never been seen before. When David heard that Master Macintosh could design a transcendent armor, he couldn't help but be stunned. He had always thought that Master Macintosh was only a master exoskeleton armor designer. Until he heard it from Master Macintosh himself, he finally understood Master Macintosh's special status. It was no wonder that James was so respectful and didn't dare to be rude. "Come, stand here. I will rescan your body data. Looking at your body, I am afraid this custom-made exoskeleton armor doesn't fit you." Master Macintosh pulled David up and pointed to the side. The custom-made exoskeleton armor originally took into account David's growth, but in fact, David's growth had long exceeded Mom's expectations. Although the exoskeleton armor could still be used, it couldn't be used for too long. Master Macintosh's eyes were so sharp that he saw the problem at a glance. This was a problem that even David himself didn't notice. After all, David had been using the advanced Kaji body art to train his body. This kind of body art stimulated the body greatly and promoted the growth of the body. The scanning beam swept back and forth across David's body. Master Macintosh looked at the data and showed a thoughtful expression. "David, your body is very strange. The previous designer of this exoskeleton armor was good, but it was impossible for him to make such a low-level mistake. There is only one possibility, which is that your body's growth has broken the norm. This is understandable. You are only in the third year of high school, 17 years old. You are still growing. According to the data, your strength has increased by leaps and bounds in the past year. It is normal that Kaji body art has accelerated your growth." Master Macintosh had more experience, so his judgment was very accurate. "So ordinary adjustments are not suitable for you. I have a plan here. I will make a few sets of main structural parts for you. When your body grows to the point where the exoskeleton armor no longer fits, you can directly replace the main structural parts yourself or find a professional to change the main structural parts. Then the exoskeleton armor can be changed to the most suitable state." Master Macintosh gave an idea. David also had some understanding of exoskeleton armor. He knew what the structural stability of an exoskeleton armor meant. With the addition of adjustment devices, the stability of the exoskeleton armor would inevitably be affected. At the same time, the adjustment devices also occupied the space in the exoskeleton armor, which would affect the performance and the installed modules of the exoskeleton armor. Most of Kaji body art had already grown when the exoskeleton armor was customized, so there would not be any changes. But in David's case, the performance of the exoskeleton armor had to be considered. Master Macintosh would not allow any flaws in his masterpiece. As a master of exoskeleton armor, every work should be flawless. In addition, David's exoskeleton armor was very likely to be unique in the world. It was more representative of Master Macintosh's level, so Master Macintosh attached great importance to David's customization. Although the main structural parts would increase the cost of the exoskeleton armor, Master Macintosh did not care about the cost compared to the defects of the exoskeleton armor. "Master Macintosh, you are a professional. I will listen to your opinion," David said with a smile. "If you have any questions about the customization, feel free to ask." Master Macintosh recorded something on the screen and said, "I want to design a more hidden card slot in the leg of the exoskeleton armor to place the customized stiletto." David said the idea he had long thought of. "Where's the stiletto?" Master Macintosh asked. "I haven't found someone to customize it yet. The materials are ready," David said embarrassedly. "Give me the materials. I will make it for you," Master Macintosh said straightforwardly. David was overjoyed. He already had this idea. Although Master Macintosh was an exoskeleton armor master, a stiletto made by Master Macintosh was much better than other weapon designers. Unless David knew a weapon maker. David took out a small box from the box and opened it, revealing a light green material inside. "Not bad. You can even get a level 3 material," Master Macintosh said with a smile as he took the box and saw the claws of a level 3 insectoid dimensional ripper. It was rare for Kaji to have a level 3 material. Even some transcendent did not have a level 3 weapon. This showed how precious a level 3 material was. David could not say that he already had a level 3 weapon, and it was a heavy axe. "This is a gift from my teacher's friend," David explained with a smile. "Too bad. Although this is a level 3 material, it is not as good as a normal level 3 material," Master Macintosh said regretfully as he shook his head. However, when he touched the claws of the Space Ripper, a puzzled look appeared on his face. He pointed in the air and scanned the claws with multiple scanning beams. "Good thing I found it. Otherwise, it would have been a waste," Master Macintosh said with a smile as he held a claw in his hand. "Master Macintosh, what did you find?" David asked curiously. "This is the claws of a level 3 insectoid dimensional ripper, right?" Master Macintosh asked David. "Yes," David nodded. "Although the material of this claw is not as good as a level 3 claw, it contains a little bit of dimensional energy. This should be related to the Dimensional Ripper's special dimensional ability." However, the claws of the Dimensional Ripper that I have seen before did not contain dimensional energy. This should be the result of some kind of mutation, Master Macintosh said as he looked at the level 3 claw in his hand with great enthusiasm. David finally understood. These level 3 materials that the Transcendent thought were not essential were actually things that the Transcendent wanted. Although he did not know what the dimensional energy would do to the claws, he knew it must be something special from Master Macintosh's attitude. It's not even enough to make a stiletto. A stiletto doesn't require much level 3 materials. Forget it, I'll add some level 3 materials for you. The stiletto might have a special effect. We'll have to wait until it's made, but the probability is very high. Master Macintosh's eyes lit up. He was a master of exoskeleton armor and a master of all kinds of weapons. However, Master Macintosh had never been able to produce a good weapon. This time, the special materials provided by David gave him the idea of becoming a master weaponsmith. Level 3 materials with special powers were too rare. It was not something that could be bought with money. Any weaponsmith who came across such a material would immediately intercept it and keep it. It was impossible for them to circulate. Therefore, no matter how high Master Macintosh's position was, he could not get a level 3 material with special powers. "Master Macintosh, I will pay for the level 3 materials." "I can't let you pay for it," David quickly said as he waved his hand. "You don't have to refuse. Just promise me that after the weapon is made, I will make a comprehensive data archive," Master Macintosh said as he waved his hand. When David left Master Macintosh's design room with the box, his mind was still in a mess. Master Macintosh's attitude was so good that it made David feel flattered. "Start the underground furnace," Master Macintosh ordered as soon as David left. Master Macintosh could not wait. He ordered the underground furnace to start before he reached the underground forging room. Although David's customized exoskeleton armor was challenging, it was not as important as the special materials in his hand. Master Macintosh took the special materials in his hand and announced that he would not see anyone outside. Then he locked himself in the forging room. In the same morning, Emma took 2 hours of free time. Knowing that David was on vacation, she wanted to give David a surprise. Therefore, she brought 2 female bodyguards to David's villa. I should have informed David in advance. Seeing that there was no one in the villa, Emma's expression collapsed as she blamed herself. "Miss, you only have 3 hours of free time. You should go back and rest. You've been too tired recently," Leona said softly. "It's okay. I'll wait a little longer," Emma said as she sat on the sofa in the living room. AI Butler Emma at your service. At this moment, AI Butler Emma came into the living room with drinks and placed them on the coffee table. The whole living room suddenly became quiet. This voice was the same as Emma's voice. This was the voice authorization that Emma sold for promotion when she released her first album. Of course, after Emma knew about the effects of voice authorization, she took back most of the authorization. However, he did not expect to see an AI Butler using Emma's voice here. Even the name was Emma. This David is too despicable. How dare he use Mrs. name and voice? Leona, who was standing beside Emma, said angrily. As Emma's bodyguard, she naturally protected Emma's interests. Emma blushed. However, she had other thoughts in her mind. David liked her voice a lot. Even her AI butler used her voice. A sneer rose in her heart. So what if David used her voice and name? As long as David liked it, people in love would think in a strange way. Emma never thought about the copyright issue. However, there was no problem with the copyright. Although Emma took back most of the copyright, she could not take back the voice authorization that she sold. On the other hand, the Monolith Star was a war zone. It was difficult to guarantee the copyright there. David's predecessor bought the copyright legally. As for whether the company that sold the copyright was qualified, it was not something that David would know. Leona, don't say that. David must have his own ideas. Emma defended David. Leona and Nora, the two bodyguards, could not help but facepalm. Emma could not be saved. Meanwhile, Emma started chatting with AI butler Emma. Two similar voices rang in the living room. Chapter 244. Emma was concerned about David's recent living situation. In the AI butler Emma's program, David specially increased Emma's authority. This was not because David knew that Emma would come, but because this villa was prepared for Emma. Emma's authority was in the security system itself. David only let the AI butler Emma inherit the villa's security authority. Therefore, as long as Emma asked a question, the AI butler Emma would answer it. Emma asked David about his daily life in detail. She understood that David had almost no free time after returning home to cultivate. She could not help but be touched by David's hard work. You guys stay here. I'll look around. Emma ordered the two female bodyguards. This was a villa, so it had its own security system. The level was also very high, so the two female bodyguards did not refuse. Emma came to David's bedroom. She gently touched the bed sheets and sniffed David's scent as if she was with David. She sat in the bedroom for a while, then went to the study. There was a piano here, and she really wanted to sing. Entering the study, Emma saw a stack of manuscript on the desk. She curiously picked up the manuscript and saw the title My Heart Will Go On, as well as the song score and lyrics below. A huge sense of happiness rose in her heart. Just last night, when they were chatting, she told David about the lack of new songs. Today, she saw a song score in David's study. Regardless of the quality of the song score, David had specially written a song for her in his urgent daily schedule. That was the most important thing. If Emma in the past was said to have fallen in love with David because of the spiritual fusion with David, from this moment onwards, her heart was filled with love for David. There was no room for any other kind of love. Emma did not look at the score immediately. She was afraid that it would affect her mood. She knew very well how much effort a successful Kaji had to put in. With this level of effort, it was almost impossible to specialize in music composition and lyrics. When Emma turned her head, she saw a few books on the desk. She flipped through it and found that it was a book on music composition and piano. For a moment, her eyes were filled with tears. How could she not fall deeply in love with a man who was willing to learn something he wasn't good at just because of her words? At this moment, Emma no longer cared about the quality of the song. No matter what kind of song it was David's true feelings. Emma picked up the song My Heart Will Go On Again and hummed softly. The reason why a classic was because it could break through all the beautiful things and break through the shackles of space and time. In David's previous life, My Heart Will Go On had been widely circulated after its appearance. Even after a few decades, it was still on many people's must-listen lists. This charm also affected Emma. Emma was an expert in music. She could rely on music to move countless people at a young age and become a well-known star. Emma had an unparalleled talent in music. She hummed My Heart Will Go On softly. The score was not complicated, so she soon started humming. Emma's eyes became brighter and brighter. This song definitely had not appeared before. David wrote this for me. I can feel it. Emma said softly as she pressed the score against her chest. Although it was obvious that David had just started learning how to write lyrics and compose music, It was impossible for him to write such a beautiful song in the eyes of others. However, Emma was convinced that David wrote this song because he missed her. She felt that she was busy preparing for the concert and had not spent time with David. That was why David wrote such a song. Emma sat in front of the piano and played the notes of My Heart Will Go on the piano. Although it was her first time playing it, she was completely immersed in it as the notes sounded. Every night, in my dreams, I see you. I feel you, I understand your heart across the space of our hearts. You show me your arrival no matter how far you go. I believe my heart is with you. You open my heart again. You enter my heart goes with you, be with you. You enter my heart goes with you. My heart is with you, love, and I are so close. You are by my side. So I am not afraid. I know my heart is with you. We will always walk together in my heart. You are safe and sound. My heart belongs to you. Love is endless. When Leona and Nora, who were in the living room, heard Emma's song, they were involuntarily attracted by it. It seemed that because the song was written by David, when Emma sang, every word revealed her deep love. Coupled with the spirit contained in the song, the appeal of this song reached the maximum value of all of Emma's songs. This time, without the help of David's spiritual fusion, Leona and Nora were easily immersed in the song and could not extricate themselves. The song did not last long. When Leona and Nora woke up from the song, the two female bodyguards were very familiar with Emma, had the same thought in their eyes. Emma's love had sublimated. Emma's identity bracelet suddenly vibrated, which was an important contact reminder. Emma, where are you? Come back quickly. I have contacted the famous composer, Mr. Carnegie. You have to go with me. Lucia, Emma's agent, urged. Sister Lucia, I have a new song for my concert. Emma did not pay attention to the famous composer, Mr. Carnegie, but shouted excitedly. What? Where did you get the new song? Lucia knew that Emma went to meet David. She could not interfere with Emma's life, but when she heard that Emma got a new song, she could not help but ask curiously. If it was so easy to get a new song, Lucia would not be so anxious. Recently, she had asked a lot of friends in the industry for the new song, and finally, she made an appointment with Mr. Carnegie. It's true, this song was written by David for me. Emma showed off like a child showing off her candy. Wait there, I'll be right there. Lucia's expression froze for a moment before she immediately replied. Lucia believed in Emma's musical gifts, but she did not believe in the judgment of a girl in love. Whatever the quality of the songs might be, she was now on her way to the cottage, and there would be time to take Emma with her to visit Mr. Carnegie. After Emma disconnected the call, she began to play My Heart Will Go On again and again. She did not continue to sing, but played the score on the piano. A hover car landed on the platform. David jumped off the car first. As soon as he got out, he heard familiar music, which did not belong to this world. David, you have a guest in your house. James, who was about to say goodbye to David, heard the music and could not help but ask. Yes. David nodded and said. Then he waved and said, James, I will see you in the afternoon. It was not that David did not want James and Emma to know each other, but he did not want Emma to be exposed in front of others. Because David had the potential to be dangerous. Only by making sure that Emma's relationship with him would not be known to outsiders could he ensure Emma's safety to the greatest extent. Okay, I will not disturb you, James said with a smile and squinted his eyes. The hover car flew into the sky. Mr. David, Miss is in the study. Leona appeared in front of David and bowed as soon as David walked down the platform. Thank you. David nodded and said. Walking into the study, David saw Emma playing the piano. In the transparent study, Emma was bathed in the sunlight of the holy star. The dancing notes brought along the music that made David addicted to the music. David could not help but stop what he wanted to say. When the song ended, Emma seemed to feel something. She turned her head and saw David looking at her. David, I like this song very much. Emma did not ask if My Heart Will Go On was written by David. In her mind, it was written by David for her. You played very beautifully. Can you sing a complete song for me? David said with a smile. Although the melody of My Heart Will Go On kept circling in his mind when he wrote it. David really wanted to hear the song from his previous life with his own ears. Emma smiled and nodded. She sat up straight and played the piano with her fingers. David also walked to the piano and looked at this beautiful woman. Her fingers danced on the piano like dancing elves. After the prelude ended, a light singing voice flowed out of Emma's mouth. Accompanied by the piano, the singing voice became louder and louder. Emma's singing skills and natural voice were perfectly displayed by this song. David stood beside the piano in a daze. He felt it more deeply than anyone else. He seemed to see his relatives from his previous life in the song. He saw familiar faces. Also in the song, next to the hover car parked on the platform, the agent Lucia also stood there in a daze. From the moment she got off the hover car and heard the song, it was as if her body was frozen. As an agent, Lucia collected songs for Emma. Naturally, she had a clear understanding of the quality of a song. Before coming, she thought that Emma had lost her mind because of love. But the moment she got off the hover car, she dispelled this thought. When the song ended, Lucia's only question was the copyright of this song. She didn't think that a valiant Kaji would have the ability to compose music and lyrics, let alone a song of this level. From what Lucia heard, this song was at least a legendary song. A singer only needed one song like this in their lifetime to leave their name forever. Then the copyright of this song was very important. Whether or not David wrote it, the composer's copyright had to be obtained. David, you're crying. Emma looked at David beside her. She could feel the sadness on David's body. She didn't know why David would cry, but she could comfort David in her own way. She gently grabbed David's hand and used the warmth of her hand to influence David. This song should belong to you. David held Emma's hand back and said softly. The two of them looked at each other. They could feel something called love blooming, blooming, blooming. Emma, what song is this? However, a voice interrupted them. Before Lucia walked into the study, she asked excitedly, "What are you doing?" When she saw the two of them holding hands in the study, Lucia knew that she had disturbed them. However, she couldn't care less at this time. "Sister Lucia, David wrote this for me." Emma handed over the manuscript and looked at David with love in her eyes. Lucia took the manuscript and looked at the song score and lyrics. She wasn't Emma. Her professional calmness made her immediately enter "My Heart Will Go On" into the song library of her identity bracelet. She didn't find any duplicate songs. Of course, even if she didn't look in the song library, she knew that this song couldn't have appeared before. Once such a song appeared, it would definitely explode with an amazing effect. How could it be unknown? Lucia entered "My Heart Will Go On" into the song copyright library. There were many unreleased songs. Regardless of whether she used the song title, lyrics, or a part of the melody, she couldn't find any similar songs. Lucia looked at David in disbelief. She was sure that this was written by David. No one would give a legendary song to David without registering the copyright. After any musician made a legendary song, they would become famous and become a legendary musician. This was a supreme honor and would also bring rich benefits. "Mr. David, are you willing to authorize Emma to sing the copyright of this song?" Lucia looked at David seriously and asked. "It was written for Emma. Only she can sing the emotions of this song. Only she is worthy of this song." David looked at Emma with a smile. "Mr. David, I will register the copyright for you and apply for authorization at the same time. Please approve the application," Lucia said almost impatiently. She knew how much fame this song would bring to Emma and how much it could improve Emma's career. Therefore, she immediately scanned the song sheet and uploaded it in front of David and Emma and began to apply for the copyright. When there was no doubt about the application for the copyright of a song, it was very fast. Without a similar melody or lyrics, the copyright application was approved in just a few minutes. David's identity bracelet sent a copyright notice. Then, there was another application from Lucia. David glanced at the application. It was the same as what Lucia said. It was to authorize Emma to sing the song. "Lucia, this authorization still needs to be changed." David didn't agree immediately. Instead, he said to Lucia, "How do you want to change it?" Lucia was stunned. She didn't know what David meant. Only Emma's smile didn't change. She trusted David and knew that David's decision was for her own good. Change this authorization to be the only authorization. This song can only be sung by Emma alone. No one else will be allowed to sing it, David said with a smile. Lucia looked at David. She changed the application and submitted it again. David accepted it immediately. During this time, David didn't mention anything about benefits. Lucia didn't mention it either. Lucia was guaranteeing Emma's benefits. David didn't care about these at all. Emma, on the other hand, had already shared everything she had with David. Benefits were not important at all. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.